So I have a few slides, so let me share my screen. And then I have a brief presentation, and then I'm really interested to hear some comments from Professor Nigam and Professor Matsubara on this topic. So I guess you can see the application. So yes, thanks very much. And thanks everyone for joining day 2 of the Global Tax Symposium. Greetings from Melbourne, where it's 6 p.m. in the evening, and I'm on Wurundjeri country, Aboriginal country, Wurundjeri country, the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation here in Melbourne. And I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, before I do this presentation. Which is partly about sovereignty, which is one of the issues and one of the reasons why we acknowledge the traditional owners here in Australia sometimes, is to acknowledge sovereignty was never ceded. Yes, this book was published, just came out in September or October, actually, the hard copy this year with Cambridge University Press. It's in their Law in Context series in Cambridge University Press. There's one other very well-known tax book in this series by Professor Sol Picciotto, who wrote a book about international business taxation quite a long time ago now. And actually, his book was very interesting about the challenges of multinational enterprise taxation that we all wrestle with today. So let me tell you a little bit, first of all, about the cover of this book, which I think is really beautiful, which is why I'm pleased I managed to get this painting on my cover. So this painting is Lorenzetti's fresco from Siena. It's a painting on a wall in Siena, in Italy, from sort of late medieval times, and it's called The Allegory of Good Government. And this is a section of the painting which is good government in the cities. And a few things about this painting are particularly striking. I should say on the other wall of the building in Siena where the painting is the allegory of bad government. But we're interested in good government. So when I say tax and government, I guess that's part of my goal. And a good tax system for good government. So a couple of features about this painting. Of course, you can see that it's very active and prosperous. You know, there is food and commerce and so on in this city. There are a couple of other things to notice. There is a border around this city. There is a wall. It's a walled city. And it's a key element when we think about tax and government that this is a state, right? It's a bordered state, and that is one of our challenges in current international tax debates. The other thing I like to highlight about this painting is that in the center at the front here, they're not wearing exactly the costumes we would wear today, but we have women dancing in the street. And it seems to me that this is a sign of good government if you can have women dancing in the street. So these are the reasons I like this painting. We also have medieval origins of citizenship and taxation, right, coming out of the Italian city-states. And this is part of the history of our contemporary tax system. So what I do in the book is a very broad-ranging book. That's why it took me a long time to write, and it still certainly doesn't cover everything that's important in tax systems. But I try to contextualize tax law, primarily income tax law, but not only income tax, in the context of the budget of governments, of the purpose of financing public goods and redistribution, and principles of taxation. And then I examine or drill into issues or challenges. So some history and context and development of the tax system as it applies to work or savings, corporate and business tax, charities and tax administration and compliance and avoidance issues, and then try to draw out some discussion of the sort of principles and responses to challenges that we face in the 21st century for this tax state. And then the last part of the book tries to look at governments that are successfully taxing and consider them in the international context, of course, the global and digital context. So a little bit of history. Of course, taxes are have been around for a long time. Of course, taxes have a very ancient history in most countries of the world, you know, even in ancient empires and so on. But the book is about a more particular phenomenon called the tax state. This idea of a form of government that is dependent on taxation and relies on taxation to finance all or almost all of its governing activities and goods and redistribution. And so this tax state is a much more recent phenomenon. It arises really only in the last 200 years, and perhaps only in the last, mostly in the 20th century even. And we think of this tax state as being involving substantial activity by government in the economy, market economy, and involving substantial delivery of public goods and services to its population and substantial redistribution through tax and welfare programs. So it's a political compromise and a legal construct as well as an economic one. So this tax state is pretty new. It's really only a century or two old in different nation states. And it has adapted to a number of challenges over that time. So just to be a little bit more specific about the history, we have ideas about taxation evolving as the tax state itself evolves. This concept of the tax state, of course, was sort of invented or maybe mostly used by Joseph Schumpeter, who was the political economist at the beginning of the 19th century. So we can go back to 1776, and I do reference Adam Smith. It's a very Western tradition that I'm talking about, I guess, in this book. One reason why I'm rather interested to hear comments from India and from Japan as well, both of whom have strong relationships with this Western tradition, but also separate history. Our principles about taxation kind of come through the sort of history of political economy. We have this idea of taxation as financing social welfare, but also this idea that tax law has to constrain the state, right? The rule of law constrains the state, and the state cannot just expand taxation without, without consent, political consent, and that this is obviously an ongoing challenge for governments that want to keep raising revenue. So Christopher Hood, I've got a quote here from someone called Christopher Hood, who is a British political scientist. And he wrote a paper, not a very long paper actually, a paper about the tax state's good 20th century, that it reached its high point or was successful in the 20th century. And the question is, well, what happens in the 21st century? So that's one of the interesting things that we should consider. So just to give you illustrations, this is not my chart. This comes from Piketty, but it shows you the tax level share of GDP in a few countries, not Australia and not Japan and not India, but we have an example here of the United States, the UK and France, and this growth of the tax state from the middle of the 19th century to the present day. obviously there's lots of interesting things about these kinds of charts, but the big picture is, of course, substantial growth of taxes as a share of GDP. But the second part of the picture is the leveling off of these tax states, that from about 1980 onwards, they do not get bigger, right? Taxes do not get bigger as a share of GDP, but they do not get smaller either, right? They have a kind of stability in the last 50 years. So at the beginning of the 20th century, Joseph Schumpeter was pretty worried about the tax state. He thought it might not be able to survive, especially social welfare demands, right? That this might be too expensive for a tax system to manage. He thought we would tip into socialism. Actually, was I guess he saw that as a concern, say more public ownership of goods and services. But another great sort of public finance theorist who, primarily in the United States and having worked all through the 20th century on public finance, was a kind of optimist about the tax state. And in particular, this kind of Western world idea of government financed by taxes, managing to survive crises, I guess. So what were some of these crises from the late 20th century onward? So in the 1970s, there was quite a lot of literature about a crisis of the fiscal state. And in fact, the 1970s, some features look a little bit like today. We had an energy crisis, we had inflation, we had geopolitical instability and war in some parts of the world. But some things were different from today. And in particular, one thing that was different was very high marginal tax rates in the income tax and in many developed countries, and also lots of tax avoidance. So governments were kind of unable to manage their tax systems at that time. We also see, therefore, development of new theories about what would be a more efficient and equitable tax system. And we see the rise of consumption taxes from in the EU, and more generally, as there is an advocacy of free trade and a tax form that would not be a border, not block the borders. People will know about the 1980s and it's a decade of tax reform where we continue to see tax rates coming down, and we have globalization, this wave of economic globalization. Capital controls are lifted in many countries. Corporate tax rates come down substantially, but bases are broadened. We have a kind of survival and reconfiguration of the tax state. What has been happening since then, everybody is well aware of this, I guess, but in the 1990s, there were attempts to further shrink the state, right? Especially with arguments of fiscal discipline, concern about government debt. At the same time, there are attempts for the first time to get governments to really cooperate in the face of digitalization, globalization and digitalization. They're not terribly successful, except in the EU. In the 2000s, so in the last 20 years, I would say that tax administrations started to wake up to the opportunity of digital and data technology for tax administration. And so the last 2 decades, we have seen a really massive expansion in the use of digital technologies to harness and collect taxation. They're still a little behind, you might say. Governments are still a little behind the private sector here, but they will continue to do this. At the time of the global financial crisis, we see governments start to do real administrative cooperation. It's still not fully deep, but for some reason at this time, the combination of technology and the political and financial crisis means that governments actually do overcome some of their failure to cooperate previously. So where are we today? Trying to cooperate, of course, but we don't know how well this is going to go. But one key element of today's international tax dimension I wanted to highlight, I won't say much about it in my talk, is that it's about corporates still, right? It's about corporate tax or about consumption tax, VATs and GST. We are still not seeing very much activity on individual capital income and wealth, and having real cooperation about this. And this seems to me to be a bit of a gap in the system. Okay, so that's just our stable tax state, revenues as a share of GDP. So tax revenues are keeping pace with the economy, right? In these countries at least. They're not going up, but they're not going down either. Okay, a couple more things then about challenges. So in the book, I identify a few different big systemic changes, social changes, population changes, and economic and technological changes that I think are really important for tax systems. I'm sure these are not new to you, right? In particular, the demographic challenge is something India is probably has less of this demographic challenge. It's heading still towards a population with a young population, active, very economically dynamic. Japan maybe has more of this aging population challenge, and Australia is somewhere in the middle as like a migrant nation, maintaining a kind of a bit low but stable fertility and population age. But this is going to really affect our income taxes, and it also concentrates wealth inequality and intergenerational unfairness. And then we have the sort of other technological and so on challenges. So one of the things I highlight in the book, of course, we all know about our general tax policy principles: efficiency, equity, simplicity or certainty, and convenience. I use the Adam Smith kind of ideas. In the book, I emphasize a couple of other things also rather heavily. I think the benefit theory, the whole reason of why we pay taxes, is still really important. And this is not just about redistribution. This is about the delivery of public goods and economic security for the population. I think taxes have to maintain legitimacy, the public perception of legal legitimacy. And I have this idea of resilience, that we need systems that can adapt to economic change. And that might mean they're not perfectly efficient, right? We need to have some redundancy or ability to adapt to crises, because clearly we are living in an era of crisis of different kinds. The next couple of slides, I highlight some specific challenges for taxing work and capital. I won't go through all of these. I can circulate the slides later. Again, I think they will be familiar to people. So obviously, as an example, you know, taxing work, income taxes are really only successful because wages are high enough that you can tax workers, the mass of workers. So when we have stagnating wages and when we have employees moving into the gig economy, the income tax becomes more difficult to collect and less sustainable. So that, you know, that's a big challenge there. And in terms of taxing savings or capital, it's always been difficult to tax personal savings or capital. But since the 1980s, we have had these structural features of lower taxation of the return to capital and saving, and we have had asset price increases in many countries, not every country, but in Australia, for example, house price increases, massive increases in retirement saving, which has been concessionally taxed. And this has created increasing wealth inequality and also intergenerational inequality. So this is a problem, right? This is the political problem, and this is a structural problem in our tax systems. That can we actually adapt the income tax, or do we need different kinds of taxes to address this? And the corporate tax is the final piece of this puzzle. And this is what we're trying to work out at the international level. How do we assert jurisdiction to tax, the super returns to corporations? Okay, so I'm conscious of our time, so I'm going to finish here. So Christopher Hood said that we had a good 20th century in developed country tax states. And what do we need for it to be a good 21st century? I guess he took it as read that this would be a good idea, right? To maintain the tax state, that this is a good way to manage distribution and public goods. We need to maintain consent. Governments need to have good capability, but in the international arena, we need conditions of sustaining the tax state. And in particular, I argue we need cooperation between states. We actually need to modify the borders of tax states to really deeply engage with other tax states to raise revenue and then to deliver public goods and redistribution. So I'll stop there. The final question, how do we negotiate a fiscal bargain globally? This is the challenge that I do not answer in the book. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you, Yanchu.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. This is a fantastic talk. Now we'll just move on to our discussion section. Our first discussant is Professor Yuri Matasubara from Meiji University School of Commerce. Professor Matasubara is specialized in public law, international law, and tax law. Now the floor is yours, Professor Matasubara, please.
Thank you so much, Yang Yu. Good evening from Tokyo, everybody. And thank you so much, Miranda, for your brilliant presentation. Indeed, I heard your books. I bought your book, and I decided immediately in the winter semester from Japan, so Japanese, I chose as a textbook for my student. I really enjoyed every week with my students to read it through, even though many of them, some of them are not so good at in English. However, they try to translate into Japanese. Maybe in between, I also teaching about some essence of the tax law or tax system. That's why I sincerely appreciate it. But today I would like to make a comment, not only from my educational purposes, but also from the research as a researcher. First, I was really I fully agree with that you mentioned about the history and interaction between history and taxation in many and in this because in Japan maybe same in India, I guess, because we have a big first we have to accept the Western idea of how we should collect the tax or how we should pay the tax. Because in Japan, probably you might know everybody, so we close our border during the feudal time, almost 360 years. In between, so we developed our own, mainly Chinese origin tax system. Very old style. Then after late mid 19th century, we reopened our border again, and immediately after, which means the almost same era, the Industrial Revolution in the Western countries, we catch up very quick to Westernize and modernize our social systems, including tax system. That's why for us, most important tax is income tax, individual income tax. In between, so we skipped the 19th century, the first half of the 19th century's history in the world history and the Western world history. That's why, from our perspective, custom is not so important. I'm so sorry. However, that's why, so for us, indirect tax or custom was a bit so far away until the recent 20 years. And the second point, which I really like your book, is because you mentioned about taxation and family you focus on. And because we Japanese are discussing about how should we change our tax unit at the moment. And coincidentally, yesterday we had a very important court decision, not tax issues, but family issues about LGBT people, whether they are unconstitutional position or constitutional. And it's the first instance, Tokyo District Court Justice decided in favor of taxpayers or citizens more, even those the female judge, Chief Justice, but judges was female. The lady did not declare it's completely unconstitutional. However, it is a sort of the situation of the breach of the discrimination. That's why we should wait how our government or parliament reacts. It's an issue of the policy making. However, I think it now is from a Japanese perspective, now it's a transitional time to change or re-establish the notion of the tax unit. And my last point, I'm so sorry, did I speak too fast or too much? Excuse me, because I'm also interested in about the international taxation, not only Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 consequence. However, because you explain about more than on the course of the every 20 years, how the words change or developed. And that's why I'm considering whether our international tax regime will going to convergence or divergence in the near future, because we had a COVID, as you mentioned, no? Healthcare is very important. Issues became suddenly, so healthcare became a very important issue for tax people as well. In the past, it was mainly focused on the social security specialist. However, now we can discuss. It's a kind of sort of dialogue to discuss with each other, not only tax people's circle, but also social security. We can also communicate the social security people as well. So that's all. Thank you so much. And if you have everybody, so if you have any question or comments, I'm very pleased. Wait, thank you so much. Now I shall be back to you, so the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move on to our second discussant. Our second discussant is Professor Nigama Nagahali from the National Law School of India University. And he's also registrar of the university. And he's an expert in tax law, in particular international taxation. And now over to you, Professor Nagahali.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to Professor Stewart for a very comprehensive book. Like Professor Matsubara, I have also ordered copies for our library, and I'm sure our students will spend many days glancing through the various issues that you have raised in this book. Certainly in my seminars, they will be a captive audience for you, Professor Stewart, and I'll make sure that they go through the kind of really interesting issues that you have raised. I'm going to divide my response to your book in two parts. One on the book in general and some of the issues that were of great interest to me. And then the latter part of my presentation, I like to focus on the international tax aspects of what you were talking about, in particular, tax avoidance, which is the topic that I'm most interested in my research. I know that I have about 15 minutes, so I'll keep to the time and I'll close by 1:35. So my first response to the text is that it's much needed. I think that tax scholarship, at least in India, but I'm sure elsewhere, tends to work in silos. We certainly don't have a tax scholarship that talks about tax law in context, and that's Law in Context series that you have. A book that pulls economics, public policy on the one hand, and different kinds of taxes on the other hand together is much needed in our ecosystem, in the tax ecosystem that we have today. Certainly in the global south, but I'm sure in other areas as well. And so this book is a welcome addition to that kind of pantheon of books. You at the very beginning, you raised the issue in your book of borders and the idea of a modern state, and you indeed started your presentation with the idea of what a modern state would look like. And I think that's at the heart of the debate today in tax law, which is how is the state with its associated ideas of sovereignty and borders able to handle the kind of modern business systems based on digital technology. And I think that's a theme that you identified in the early part of your book, and you kind of carry it through in the rest of your work. And some of the challenges that you then identify are relating quite rightly to the idea that the government is dependent on taxation. It is dependent on taxation because it's a tax state, you call it, and it's a tax state because of the important government requirements of delivery in public services and redistribution. And it's interesting you mentioned those two aspects. I think when I read that part of your book, I was struck by the fact that you focused on the term tax state in terms of what the state can do, and should we say what happens in terms of the supply side of the state, which is that it supplies public services, it ensures justice in redistribution. And I think I would like to add to that and say that the modern tax state is also a tax state from the point of view of the demand side of it, which is that it has slowly expanded its reach to cover almost every activity of individuals and corporations in every possible way. So in India, it's a perfect example of that. In India, income tax was traditionally dominant, and we see that the government has then slowly spread its domain of tax over services to begin with the service tax regime, and then it's gone into GST and the consumption tax regime, and thus ensuring that the modern tax state is able to cover from the demand side or on the input side taxes of a wide variety that cover almost all possible income and consumption levels of the society. You begin from there, and then you raise an important point about the idea that tax law can be seen as an enabler of the government's economic functions, but also it can be seen as a restraint on government behavior. It enables the government to extract money from individuals and corporations, but law also restrains the government from doing whatever it can with the vast fiscal powers that it has. And it's the restraint function that is the most talked about and controversial function in India today. So the idea that in India, I always say that when I do research in India and when I talk to tax people, tax officers in India, in India, tax law is at the intersection of tax law and administrative law. So the idea in India, the major issues that we deal with, which are in the Supreme Court and the High Court, are to do with who is the proper officer to impose the tax on the taxpayer. Were the right to fair hearing followed properly? Were the procedures for penalties and interest applied correctly. And these are administrative law issues to begin with. They are being applied in a tax context, but they're administrative law. And because they're administrative law, they're focused on how the law can restrain the government and not just enable the government. And that issue of administrative law has salience in various ways, including the recent government amendments on tax avoidance and tax abuse, which I'll come to the latter part of my response to you. Finally, you kind of made an interesting point about the principles of tax law, and you stated we have gone from Adam Smith's principles of efficiency and equity and certainty, and we've gone to what you described as the benefit principle and legitimacy and resilience. And I'm in complete agreement with you. I think it's important that those issues are being raised as standards by which we judge a tax system. Legitimacy and resilience are important elements, I think, of how we judge at the law, we judge the tax system. And from an Indian standpoint, it's interesting. We've gone this way and that way. We're pulling here and pulling there regarding legitimacy and resistance and resilience. We have had several, in my opinion, groundbreaking features that were aimed at legitimacy, and we have to see they've been introduced very recently. So we'll have to see how those features take shape. For example, in India, in income tax, we have introduced faceless assessments for the taxpayer, which means that the taxpayer often will not know who is the tax officer assessing his or her tax returns. And it's been introduced in a limited way, but it's an important advancement on the idea that that there's more legitimacy to the tax system if there is less friction between the government and the taxpayer. We'll have to see how that goes, but I think those are issues. So I wanted to say faceless assessments because faceless assessments are not really directed towards any of those typical Adam Smith principles that we've been talking about, this equity and efficiency. Perhaps you could be efficient in some other system. I think they're really directed towards legitimacy. They're trying to figure out how, and resilience, how to figure out how to make the taxpayer, the tax system more legitimate and resilient. And I think your book, your thoughts on that are actually highly apt for some of the things that the tax administration in India is trying to do. And I want to close the first part of my presentation by saying that you've raised very important international tax points, and you raised it from the first principles basis. You've started talking about residence and the idea of residence, the idea of source, and how that is being challenged in international tax. And I think that part of your chapter 10 and 11 and 12, I think raise important concerns for all of us as to what final shape Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 dialogues and principles will take. Now, I just want to quickly go to the second part of my response, which is more specific, which is about chapter 9 of your book, and which is about compliance and tax abuse and tax strategies. I want to focus on that a little bit because I know that you have, in your previous work, done a lot of work on GAR, and Australian GAR is one of the leading GAR legislations in the world. And so I wanted to address that part of your work a bit more in this part of my response. And what I want to raise is that GAR is an example of the confluence of the various principles that run through your book. The idea that we are now in a globalized economy, not just in terms of globalized services, but also in terms of globalization of ideas. So the Australian GAR and the Canadian GAR inspired work in South Africa. South African GAR has inspired the Indian GAR, and we now have a confluence ideas which are similar in nature, although they have taken different expressions in international tax law. So that's that kind of globalization. It's globalization of economics, but also globalization of tax principles that come with it. But then GAR raises issues of rule of law. I'm involved in GAR both from an academic sense, but also that I'm part of the GAR Indian GAR panel, and it's and we are in the midst of a major debate on the role of the GAR and vis-a-vis the ideas of certainty and fairness, and these ideas are at the heart of the rule of law debates that go on in tax law. And it was interesting for me to refer to the works that you have talked about. But this is going to be a very important interpretational issues going forward, mainly because of the fact that we don't know what kind of new business forms digital technology will enable in the future. And these new business forms will in turn enable new tax avoidance structures. And those new tax avoidance structures will then come under the GAR, under the purview of the GAR regime, and therefore they will have interpretation and major interpretation issues. And so I think that even though right now we have developments in the general anti-avoidance rules happening at the domestic level, with India being the latest example, we have also seen, and you referred to it in your book, associated developments happening at the international level with the PPT, principal purpose test principle. And therefore, we have one more set of globalization happening, which is that you have a treaty level anti-avoidance principles, then interacting with domestic level anti-avoidance principles. And we are yet to figure out how those two interactions, what kind of new debates and arguments those two interactions will bring in their wake. I think that going forward, one of the your theme about legitimacy will, I think, be challenged in a quite a pointed way by all the tax administration efforts in two ways. Your legitimacy theme will be challenged in two ways. One would be in the way the government of all states, including India, aggressively pursue anti-avoidance measures. GARs and targeted anti-avoidance measures are just one example of it, but it'll be interesting to see how the taxpayers are going to look at tax administration when the tax administration is able to make various exceptions to the tax law based on their view on tax avoidance. So that's one challenge to your to the idea of legitimacy of tax, which I foresee happening in the future. The other challenge is, and this is India specific, but it's not only India specific. The other challenge is that as we globalize and as this time taken by all parties to arrive at some kind of a consensus on how to tackle digital technology, states are going to get very impatient and are going to start imposing unilateral levies. India has pioneered that in its equalization levy and digital tax levies, but so have many other countries. That issue, I don't think is going to go away in a hurry. I think that as digital businesses spread and various new forms and shapes take place, I think individual states will be more nimble than the G20 and other international organizations, and we'll see more of those kind of unilateral tax measures that we have seen in the past. And that will be one more debate, one more problem to deal with when it comes to how to ensure that the legitimacy and resilience of the tax systems remain. So I don't want to close on a pessimistic note. I'm just making that point because I think that might be my crystal gazing into the future. So I want to close by saying that it's wonderful to have a book like this in our collection, because one thing we lack in tax scholarship is a 360-degree view of all of the issues that we face, and this book is a fantastic addition to that 360-degree view. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. That is a very comprehensive book review. Miranda, do you want to respond to the two discussants' comments and questions?
Let me just make a couple of short comments, and then I'd be very interested if anyone does have comments or questions. I know we have only a short period of time. So just thank you both so much. It's really interesting to have your thoughts, and I'm really grateful that the book is of some interest and use to you. Yuri, I think the history of the Japanese tax state is very interesting. I only briefly reference it. Of course, there is quite a literature, right? Especially a literature about the United States engagement and then older Germanic civil law forms. And I do think it's rather interesting that you could say Japan is the kind of quintessential income tax state, right? As you say, the income tax is kind of still the most important. You have the GST, but and other taxes, but really, and so even more than Australia or Denmark or New Zealand. So Australia and Denmark are also very heavily reliant on income tax. Japan faces the challenges to the income tax, right, that are in the current world. So that's rather interesting. And you also, I agree with you, the issue of the family unit, I didn't highlight it, but in particular, the treatment of the tax system on individuals and the way that applies to different kinds of families, but also to women and women's workforce participation being key economic issue in the labor market, in labor market policy. And I won't respond to everything that Nigam has said. I think it was really, really interesting. On faceless assessments, actually, you know, I think this idea and the idea of legitimacy fits with Adam Smith's original concept of certainty. So I think when Adam Smith is writing about certainty, he's actually, of course, he thinks law should be certain in some general way, but he's talking much more about arbitrariness and corruption. Because he's talking about tyranny, really. They're still pretty worried in the 18th century that the British government is going to, you know, still be corrupt and abusive and just take people's incomes. And so I think his idea of certainty is I would like to reclaim some of that idea, which is what you're talking about, that it is about controlling the behaviors and executive power of governments to some extent. But otherwise, I think your comments on abuse and so very interesting. So I'll leave it there, Yanshu.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now the floor is open. All right. Yeah, we have a hand up. Please go on. And I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Sachidana, please.
Congratulations, Miranda.
Hi, Sachi. Nice to have you on the call.
Thank you, Miranda. And since you have talked about the political economy and public choice, India is there's a current debate of say the doles, mainly we call the freebies, and what happened that in our theory, basically to any democratic federal country, and we know to how to understand the demand for public goods and services, and public choice theory says the election is the only way that we could go about understanding what my people want from the government. As you know, that government and political parties are not separable. So what happened that, and this is not only in India, but many other nascent democracies are going through, that there is a political clientelism, and political parties are giving doles or freebies and avoiding investing on capital expenditure or public goods, providing roads, infrastructure, and other services. So since you have a vast experience on this aspect also of the political economy, how to go about it, Miranda? How to stop this thing? Whether the federal kind of fiscal policy, do you think this is the Commonwealth, in Australian Commonwealth, or in our India, Finance Commission should deal with it, or it is the union government or the state government, and how to bring out it is from the legislature, or we should give it to executives, or we should put for judiciary. I'm looking forward to your
Okay.
suggestion.
Thank you. Of course, I never said that in the book I have any answers to these difficult questions. I just raised the questions. But so in the current era, so I guess what I'm writing about is what are our challenges to the tax state now? And I think what I try to show in the history, rather superficial, I guess, but is that ideas and processes and politics change depending on the context, right? The economic context or the institutional context at that time. And so ideas about public choice and the, the taxpayer voter and stuff get, of course, they are developed early in the 20th century, and then they are reconstructed again in the 1970s, where they get a kind of higher point of academic attention, right? The ideas of government failure and how do we control government power and how do we decide how much revenue we need, I guess is your question, and how to share that revenue. When you have a situation where the tax state appears to lose coherence, right, where the population is changing or the needs of the population are in transition, it seems to me this is where you get this unsettling of ideas. And so what are our challenges now? So I'm particularly, I emphasize legitimacy in the book because I do worry about executive power. I mean, I'm supportive of strong tax administration. We do need strong tax administration, good data, very effective revenue collection, clamp down on tax avoidance. But I am worried about coercive executive power, taking the power away from the legislature and away from the people. And so I would be more concerned. I want more democracy, more and more, even if it's more uncertain, right? Even if it's not always clear, I would rather have more democratic choice and expression about what the people want. And I think governments are a little behind sometimes what people want. And then just briefly, in the international arena, then we do have this institutional vacuum to some extent, right? How do we work out what people want and what states want, how to manage state distribution internationally? So you have India now chair of the G20. What will India do in this sort of political role? Can't do that much, right? But can do some things that might express public good desires for distribution. I think it's pretty clear, for example, we need to respond to environmental crisis. We need to deal with growing wealth inequality. We can see these things. And so we can combine expert knowledge with more democracy, more decision-making processes, in my view. I'll stop there, Yanshu.
Thank you, Miranda. I'm cautious about the time.
Yes.
But if I'm allowed to use my chair privilege, can I please ask two questions, two very quick questions? First, you mentioned many challenges in the book facing the tax states in the new era. One of the challenges is the aging population. So I'm really interested in this discussion. Do you have any idea about how a tax system should be adapted to address the challenge? The second question, I'll be very quick, is related to corporate income tax. I also noticed you mentioned in the book the corporate income tax system, and also mentioned by Nigam in his discussion. The corporate income tax system has become very complicated and is going to be more complicated. And the costs of administration and the collection are very high. Well, the corporate income tax is a very important revenue source in many developing countries, and tax evasion and avoidance have been very serious. So the question is, because of all these problems associated with the corporate income tax systems, should we just replace the systems with a more somehow efficient system like the VAT and going forward? What do you think?
Okay, thank you. So I will be quick because I'm conscious that our next step is to launch the book of Professor Edward Professor, who is in the room with us as well. And I can go on and do that. But yes, so aging population. So of course, this has been in the news suddenly recently, but this has been brewing for some time in the academic research. We have global declining fertility, much more extreme in some countries than others. This is a good problem to have. Like, people have lived longer, right? So we have longevity. It's not that this is a bad thing, it's a good thing. Declining fertility has been a good thing. It is reflective of higher education, women's economic independence, and a better lifestyle for most people most of the time, right? It's an improvement, but it has consequences. And so I guess the key short-term response for some countries, migration. For other countries, bringing more women into the workforce, the paid workforce, by supporting families with the cost of having children, both in time and money. This is a really obvious policy that governments can do, I think. It creates more taxpayers, right? And it helps to support fertility for future taxpayers of the world. Some of us are contributing more to this goal than others, but we need to share the fiscal cost of having children, really share it, rather than leaving the burden on women. That's one. It's not the only solution, actually, but it's one part of the puzzle. I won't go on otherwise, but the other aspect of it is that we have to make sure we pay workers properly, right? That most tax systems rely on workers earning decent wages relative to capital and relative to the cost of living. And if we cannot, and that's a way of ensuring pre-distribution and then ensuring the tax base. The corporate income tax. So, I think the corporate income tax, although it's complicated and messy, it does more than a VAT does. I think we need both. And one of my arguments about resilience actually is that you might have some inefficiency in the system. You actually might have some complexity covering different bits of the base with different taxes, but you need it because the corporate income tax collects some return to capital and economic rent, which the VAT does not. And so you need both of them. So I obviously we want to improve it if we can, and there might be ways we can do that. Okay, I think I should probably leave it there and hand back to you as chair. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Miranda. My apologies for the delay. And now we move on to another book launch. Where we are very fortunate to have the second book launch in the session. Professor Eduardo Travas from UC Leuven Faculty of Law and Criminology and the Institute of European Studies will talk to us about his newly published book, Nexus and Jurisdiction in European and International Tax Law. And the book examines some foundational issues in international taxation with a focus on European countries in the post-BEPS 1.0 era. So now the floor is yours, Professor Travas.
So I'm going to jump in. I'm going to pass to Eduardo, but I thought I might also make a couple of remarks about this book.
Sorry, apologies for that.
Shall I do it first, Eduardo, and then hand to you, or would you prefer to do it the other way?
Do please.
Okay, so I have a. I just wanted to show the cover of the book, which I think is a nice thing to do, and then the contents. Now, can people see? Yes, you can see the book cover. I think it's published or nearly published. Am I right?
It is published.
It is published now. So obviously an edited collection, but very interesting edited collection because in terms of the issues that I'm trying to cover in my book, it's not that I would say that I have the answers to all of them, but I must say one of the issues that I found most challenging and puzzling and that I'm still trying to write about, I guess we all are, those of us working in international tax, is this question of nexus, right? This question of capturing the jurisdictional rights to tax and then measuring that. And so the book is very timely because it gives us a perspective, or like a lens, on this question of nexus from a number of different aspects. Of course, has a European focus, but these principles are these are global challenges and issues. Now, I wanted to just say a couple of things about the scope of the book. I just want to say, I'm not sure, are you still seeing the book cover, or
We're saying
the table of contents?
Yeah.
The beginning, which is probably a little small to read. Maybe I can just make it the single. So what the book does is starts with Julian Cocotte, of course, very well-known European tax lawyer and advocate in the European Court of Justice. The link between tax jurisdiction, territoriality, the nexus required for taxation, and the public international law rules of jurisdiction. And the idea of the genuine link, which is something that Julian Cocotte has written about elsewhere. So when I'm thinking about jurisdiction, I have this idea of convenience. And what I mean by that is that the jurisdictional rules reflect reality in some way. And so that's similar, maybe not exactly the same as this idea of the genuine link required for tax jurisdiction. So it's very interesting to read what the first chapter has about that, and then of course the other aspect of enforcement and the argument that actually governments do need to extend their enforcement powers and cooperate here. Then we have some work on this big challenge of the consumer or the market or the user as the jurisdictional nexus, something that we are seeing in BEPS 2.0, that we see coming out of the first BEPS actions, whether market means source. In chapter 2, the benefits theory, which again is something I talk about quite a bit in my book, that idea of the benefit principle of the state supporting market jurisdiction to tax the consumer country, having that that right to tax because it supplies the basis of commerce, right? The consumer themselves. Then we have some chapters. I'm sure Eduardo can tell us a bit more about the origins of the book and the goals of the chapters. About, of course, Pillar 1 and the role of market states and the specific challenges of the revenue sourcing rules and what these rules are trying to achieve in Pillar 1. And then I was very taken with chapter 4, I must say. I'm not a transfer pricing lawyer at all, but I really liked the analysis in this chapter that by Montenegro, that transfer pricing rules are also nexus rules. Right, so the current system, we have PE, we have the jurisdictional nexus, what you think of as the primary jurisdictional nexus, but then we have DEMPI, we have functional analysis, all the things that are applicable in transfer pricing that give us nexus actually as a question of degree. So I find this, it sort of seems obvious to me now that you've said it. I can see John Montenegro is here, but it was interesting to me to see this written down and the analysis done. In chapter 5, we have, I guess, a really detailed look at innovation policy. And given that all of the BEPS measures and nexus issues are about intangibles and intellectual property, how does that intersect with policy that aims to support innovation, I guess, and support the development of intangibles? This seems to be what this chapter is doing. I'm going to scroll further. So then we have an analysis of Pillar 2. And again, I tend to think of Pillar 2 as not being so much a jurisdictional rule, like, we think of it as a minimum tax rule, but actually it's interesting to consider which countries are getting the right to tax through the Pillar 2 proposal through the different elements, the income inclusion rule, the under-tax payment rule, the subject to tax rule. How is this changing jurisdictional nexus for the different countries participating in the two pillars? We then have a couple of chapters on EU law, which I know less about, so I might leave these more to Eduardo. But again, I think we have the rest of the world, for those of us not in Europe, it's very interesting to look at the way EU is trying to manage this issue of state tax jurisdiction with EU-wide requirements, limitations, and extensions. And we see this finally brought through both in Pasquale Pistoni's chapter here about how might you reform nexus in secondary EU tax law, in the VAT chapter 9, and in customs in chapter 10. I think, again, some interesting things for income tax lawyers to learn about how do you specifically define nexus. Right, you need to find the proxy that is applicable for the goods or the person or their residence or how they are linked to the commercial activity. And so we can, I think, learn something from these other legal regimes that are about the borders of the state. And then finally, Eduardo himself is putting this in the context of the broader question of the definition, I think, of the state. Who is getting to tax and who is supplying the benefits in the EU context? It seems to me that is what you're doing in this chapter, which of course is a really important question. So look, I just want to say that I find it really interesting book and lots to think about there. And I commend it to the audience. And I'd like to pass to Eduardo now.
Yes, thank you, Miranda.
Shall I leave this up or?
No, you can take it off. Yeah, thank you, Miranda. So the idea, to make it very short, the idea was to investigate like an evergreen concept, is something that has been discussed in the history of taxation for ages now, but which comes always with new dimensions, because the question of nexus will depend on the nature of the taxes that are applicable, and also the evolution of the underlying tax base, type of taxpayers, mobility, structure of companies, and so on. And what we wanted to do is try to have an insight of what is nexus today and what it could be tomorrow, not in 100 years, but tomorrow. Also trying to bundle together the experience of different taxes, because what we see, there is a lot of discussion about, for example, corporate tax nexus for corporate income taxes with Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 is something that we, of course, deal with. But actually, there are some interesting experiences from, for example, customs or VAT, because localization, when we started discussion about Pillar 1, market jurisdiction, linking income to specific transactions. Basically, that's something that has been done in the area of VAT for 50 years, and including digital transactions. And therefore, even if, and I agree, like VAT is not a substitute to corporate income tax, the experience of VAT to link some economic substance, let's say, to a territory may be very useful. And also a second element, and I'll stop with that afterwards, that we have tried to show in the book is the financial dimension of nexus, and the revenue dimension of nexus, opposed to, let's say, the administrative or enforcement dimension. And what we are seeing now is the fact that the both, of course, are usually mixed together. They're treated together. So we assume that it is the country that most conveniently may enforce the rule that should get the revenue. But this trend is evolving, and it goes, of course, within the European Union, but also at the more international level, what we see is that countries are starting to understand that sometimes there is one country that is better equipped to collect a tax on behalf of another country. And so we have we have two nexuses. We have an administrative nexus and we have a revenue nexus. And I think that's probably the frontier to be explored in the near future, is a collection on behalf of other countries, whether for global goals, collective interest goals, and in that case it would be collection by a country on behalf of an international organization or a international fund for common interest purposes, or simply on behalf of another country. For example, because if we look at market jurisdictions that do not have the administrative capacity to enforce tax rules on companies because those companies are not resident of that country, usually we will have to have more international cooperation and collection on behalf of those countries. So today it's really I think, good time to investigate the issue of nexus, considering this renewal of international cooperation.
Thank you. I can see that Jan is there as well. Jan, shall we go to the break?
Yeah, I think so. My apologies for the delay. I want to take this opportunity to thank our speakers and all the discussants for their outstanding discussion and the presentation. I also thank all the participants for your participation. Now, should we take a break, Soja Ali? For how many minutes? Can you please tell us? Thank you.
We're supposed to resume at 9:40 a.m. European time.
So we have about 10 minutes, and I think I will be chairing the next session. So we started about 5 minutes late. Actually, we have kept pretty much to time, given that we started 5 minutes late. I wanted to just say that I think Eduardo's book, I think he's absolutely right, that this idea of the evolving jurisdiction and the issue of collection for others, I think, is a really important way to go forward. So thank you for that suggestion. Well, shall we say it's a 10-minute break and then we can get back exactly on time? And I will be chairing the next session. So thank you, Yanchu, for chairing this one. I will see you, get a cup of tea. We'll see you in 10 minutes. And thank you again, Yuri. Lovely to see you.
Absolutely. So well done. I really like your book, and I strongly recommend it to other Japanese scholars, text scholars. That's why maybe your name will be so famous within Japan, at least.
Somebody should translate. All right, let's get a cup of tea. I'll see you soon if you're staying.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we can
yeah. Take a rest first.
Host.
Yes.
So I'm resuming the recording for the Global Tax Symposium. And we are, my name is Professor Miranda Stewart. I'm one of the members of the symposium and happy to be chairing this session, which is paper 1 on day 2 of the symposium. I think we had a great day yesterday. So our main presentation is Associate Professor Eduardo Bastrocchi from London School of Economics, who is currently in London, Theory of International Taxation. And then we have 2 discussants, Associate Professor Adrianto Dwi Nugroho from Universitas Gadjah Mada of Indonesia. And so welcome. Thank you for joining the Global Tax Symposium. I think this is the first time we've had you active in the symposium. So that's great to have Indonesia represented. So we have had, of course, India is our next chair of the G20. And first we had Adrianto being, Indonesia being the outgoing chair of the G20. And then we have Sol Pichotto Emeritus Professor Lancaster University also as a discussant. So Eduardo, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Discussion will be 10 minutes, about 10 minutes each, and some time for response and Q&A. So the floor is yours, Eduardo.
Miranda, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. This is a project I have that consists in offering a theory of international taxation that hopefully may unify all the theories that different scholars from different disciplines have been offering over the last 50 years. I hope to be able to develop these ideas in book format within the next couple of years. So this is the first time I'm presenting these ideas. I'm looking forward to seeing if this idea resists your objections, your comments. I would like to organize my words as follows. I will start by going back to the 18th century, David Hume and the group size paradox. Then I would like to identify the three strands of the international tax literature. After that, I would like to identify the third research questions I aim to answer in this book. And then I would be outlining the theory of international taxation. I will be saying that the international tax system is fundamentally the product of three small groups. To that end, I will be using a recent concept invented by an economist, French economist, that is called two-sided platform. Then I will offer a case study from India. And finally, I would like to state my conclusion. David Hume and Mancur Olson argued in the 18th and 20th centuries, respectively, that small groups are typically better prepared than large groups to protect their interests. One reason for this advantage is, of course, the lower collective action cost faced by small groups to achieve their goals. So this paradox is normally entitled the group size paradox. To make the story short, here I am offering a graphical representation of the theory. I think that the international tax system that is in red here is fundamentally the product of the strategic interaction between three small groups, which I call three oligopolies. On the first one consists of international investors, such as Apple. The second one, market jurisdictions, such as India, Indonesia. And the third one consists of global tax hubs, such as Ireland. I think that there are fundamentally three strands of the international tax literature. The first one has been produced by political scientists. So that is the political economy of the international tax governance. The second strand is the one produced by legal scholars, a legal analysis of international tax regime. And finally, the third strand is produced by a constellation of legal scholars and economic scholars, which I called an industrial organization analysis of the international tax regime. So the three questions I aim to answer here are the following. Can the theory of the three small groups or the three oligopolies explain the core structure of the international tax governance since its emergence in the 20s? Can the theory of the three oligopolies offer a way of reconciling the three different strands of the literature? How could underrepresented jurisdictions like developing countries be able to coordinate their interests to make the international tax regime more inclusive and stable? These are the three questions I aim to answer in this book. And so let's start by defining what I understand by two-sided platform. A two-sided platform aims to minimize transaction costs between platform users who can benefit from coming together, allowing for value-creating exchanges to take place that would not otherwise occur. The core role of a two-sided platform is to enable parties to realize gains from interactions by reducing transaction costs. Two-sided platforms are frequent in old and new industries, such as those based on web portals like Uber. So what I'm maintaining here is that global tax hubs are the Ubers of the international tax system. In other words, as Uber is fundamentally there in order to connect car drivers with passengers, I argued that global tax hubs such as Ireland or Mauritius are there in order to minimize collective action cost, to link market jurisdictions with international investors. And I think one prominent example of what I'm talking about is the Andolan case decided by the Indian Supreme Court a few years ago. In that case, we were dealing with a number of OECD MNEs that decided to invest in India via Mauritius rather than investing directly from, say, the Netherlands to India. In that context, the fundamental question submitted to the Indian Supreme Court was to what extent this tax treaty shopping was valid or not. And the Indian Supreme Court decided this case for the taxpayer based on strategic considerations. The Supreme Court argued that developing countries like India need foreign investment, and the treaty shopping opportunities can be an additional factor to attract them. India has been the beneficiary of significant funds through the Mauritius conduit. The developing countries allow treaty shopping to encourage capital and technology inflows. The loss of revenue could be insignificant compared to other non-tax benefits to their economy. Treaty shopping is perhaps regarded in contemporary thinking as a necessary evil in a developing country. So my theory is that the international tax regime is a product of the strategic interaction between these three small groups, and these three small groups are interacting in the context of a constellation of two-sided platforms. One way to demonstrate that we are dealing with three small groups is the following. I have divided the history of the international tax regime in 9 stages. I have identified nine shocks that the international tax regime has received since the early 20s, and one of these shocks is the emergence of the digitalization of the economy and the global financial crisis that arguably were the driving forces for the emergence of BEPS 1. So one of the 9 external shocks that I'm focusing on is crystallized in BEPS 1. And I am using the inputs submitted by the main stakeholders in order to see who are the key players of this game. When I say input, I'm referring to proposals made by countries or by international investors to the OECD for inducing which should be the way forward for the international tax system. And one, I think, important finding of this chapter of the book is that G20 countries, and particularly G7 countries, submitted over 70% of all inputs to the OECD. So I think this shows how relevant the G20 has been for the emergence of BEPS 1, and particularly the G7. The second stakeholder quite visible in the context of BEPS 1 in terms of their submissions of inputs are global tax hubs. And they submitted 15% of all inputs submitted to the OECD in the context of BEPS 1. Now, if we do a similar exercise, but not focusing on jurisdictions, but on sectors, what we can see is that international investors submitted over 55% of all inputs in BEPS 1, while tax specialists, who normally represent the interests of international investors, submitted over 30% of all inputs. So what we can see if we see these two charts together is at the end of the day, we are fundamentally dealing with three small groups, and they are market jurisdictions, fundamentally G20 countries, and particularly G7 countries. This is one small group. The second small group are the global tax hubs. And finally, international investors. And one additional exercise I am doing here is to determine, which actors are overrepresented and underrepresented. This is a proportional representation according to weighted GDP population trade. And one, I think, remarkable finding here is that the group that is particularly overrepresented are tax hubs. They are the most vocal and active players in this game, followed by OECD countries, G7 countries, and developed countries within the G20 world, while developing countries are underrepresented by 12% and BRICS by 6.5%.
Eduardo, can I just jump in as the chair? Someone has requested just that you expand the slide to presentations so it's a little easier to read. Can you make it fully expanded?
I think it's possible. What I can do is I may send the presentation by email so you can see it later on. Okay,
that's fine.
Excellent. So excellent. So now it is time to see what has been going on in the 2000 in terms of disputes. Here in the first column, I'm representing G20 countries. In the second column, hubs such as Luxembourg and Switzerland. The third column represents the type of disputes involving these two type of countries, and finally the outcome of those disputes. So, for example, here we can see that India face a substantial number of disputes with Singapore in the area of income characterization conflicts, and in the 2000, taxpayer managed to prevail in well over 50% of the cases. And two of the most important disputes involve permanent establishment conflicts, 11%, and transfer pricing, 23% of all disputes emerging in the 2000. So I think the data submitted to you today in the context of BEPS-1, I think shows that we are dealing with fundamentally three small groups that have been controlling the evolution of the international tax system. And the group of international investors and global hubs have been winning a percentage of the tax base that has been considered unacceptable by market jurisdictions. And that explains the emergence of BEPS-1 and then BEPS-2. This chart also, I think, is meaningful. It relates to disputes, and what we can see here, this column represents disputes between G20 countries, for example, Germany versus France, while this column represents disputes between G20 countries and non-G20 hubs, for example, Germany versus Luxembourg. One striking element here is that while in the 60s, most disputes involve Germany versus Luxembourg, that is, say, G20 countries and global hubs. In the 2000, most disputes, 455, involve G20 countries. So from here, I'm inferring that as time went by, hubs became strategic partners of G20 countries rather than competitors. And this is, I think, another striking data is that by the 2000, the taxpayer managed to prevail in 63.3% of all tax treaty disputes emerging in the 2000s. So as you can see, during the 2000, two small groups hubs and international investors have been the fundamental winners of this game at the expense of market jurisdictions. So market jurisdictions became very, annoyed with that. And because of this shock, the market jurisdictions decided to coordinate and to create, for example, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Pillar 2, the minimum corporate tax rate, is fundamentally trying to limit the market, the rent of MNEs, of multinational enterprises, by setting up a minimum corporate tax rate, while Pillar 1 is targeted against hubs by creating a new taxing jurisdiction for market jurisdictions. So in terms of implications, why am I doing this work? Why could it be useful? Okay, I think it could be useful because this book aims to submit a normative proposal to induce the emergence of a fourth actor, which would represent developing countries, making the ITR more inclusive and stable. So here, the big question is, what can we do based on concepts from antitrust law in order to transform a large group of developing countries in one constellation of small groups of developing countries that could be somehow joining the oligopoly of market jurisdictions. So the proposal predicates that the fourth group would join the oligopoly of market jurisdictions by means, for example, horizontal cooperation agreements as defined in antitrust case law in the European Union. And here I'm using one recent case by the European Court of Justice that is fundamentally dealing with that concept, horizontal cooperation agreement, that allow a number of very small firms in Denmark to get together in order to compete with large firms in that country. So in terms of the conclusion, what I argue here is the following. I argue first a positive theory to explain what has been going on over the last century, which is the theory of the three oligopolies, and then a normative theory, which is what should be done in order to allow to allow developing countries to join the oligopoly of market jurisdictions. So I'm maintaining that that this part of public international law is a strategic interaction between three small groups in the context of a global constellation of two-sided platforms that are controlled by hubs. And the global power shifts and other external shocks have been impacting the strategic interaction between these three small groups, and I am analyzing at least 9 of these shocks. So as a conclusion, a theory of international taxation combines qualitative and quantitative analysis to shed light on the shaping of the international tax regime of the last century. It offers a theory of the ITR as a product of a strategic interaction between three small groups: international investors, tax hubs, and market jurisdictions. These actors play different yet interrelated roles within the same ecosystem. The analysis show how each of the three small groups has influenced the emergence and governance structure of the ITR since its inception in the 1920s. The analysis cover the impact of shocks in the interaction between the three groups. And this book submits a normative proposal to induce the emergence of a fourth actor, which would represent developing countries, making the ITR more inclusive and stable. Antitrust law and economic concepts ground the theoretical framework. This is what I wanted to say as a way of introduction of these ideas, and I'm looking forward to your reactions.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. The paper is very interesting, and the theory, and I must say, I have seen, we've had in Australia discussion even among politicians actually about the relationship between multinational taxation and competition theory, competition law, that there is some kind of a close connection between these the enterprises themselves and their monopoly power, and then the tax consequences of this power. And I like the way you combine this also with the states, and then the low tax hubs. I guess when you say a tax hub, you mean that by virtue of treaty networks or by virtue of the domestic tax system, it's a low tax or kind of hub jurisdiction. So it raises lots of questions for me, but I'm going to go to our discussants first because you've allowed good time for that. And then we can come back and open up for some questions and discussion. So I wanted to go first to Adrianto. Eduardo, I might get you to stop sharing your screen. Thank you. So Adrianto, welcome. And do you have some comments? Did you want to share a screen, or are you just have some?
No, actually, I took notes on my notes, but not I didn't have to prepare slides. Yeah, so thank you, Professor Miranda Stewart. Eduardo, nice to meet you, and congratulations on the upcoming book. You said that it's going to take 1 or 2 years' time. I think that's an excellent time to produce such books. So, well, for me, I'll start with the strong points. Yeah, Miranda have already identified some of them, but I think the quantitative analysis is one of the strong points of this book, because you provide numbers and so on, and you provide the somewhat economic framework or contextual framework to the analysis. I think that creates a robust analysis on your book. And also you provide the sequential, also the time when things were agreed and things were not agreed. So I think that's also the strongest points of this book. But if you don't mind, maybe I have some kind of suggestions you can take, you can consider it. First of all, maybe on the forming of the oligopoly itself, I think it lacks of analysis, because you already start the introduction with the existence of the 3 oligopoly. But maybe for me, I want to know more why you come up with these persons and forming oligopoly, and whether the oligopoly is a closed relations, or would it be possible to add another person to it? You said there is a proposal to add the 4th oligopoly, right? Because that gives me the impression that the oligopoly is somewhat an open forum, for example. And so maybe you can come up with some kind of like criteria. So what forms the oligopoly? What are the criteria of the person there? So that maybe the reader could then follow the discussions later. And maybe the second one regarding the two-sided and multi-sided platform. For me, it's a new notion, but it's probably part of your analysis and it's necessary for your book. But maybe if you can give more examples on what two-sided platform is and what multi-sided platform is, or maybe you can opt for like a more familiar notions in the text, in the international text, for example. But yeah, for me, it's just to give more insights on what these terminologies encompass, and that would be a strong addition to the book, I think, and it can read by a wider audience, I believe. And of course, since your book is going to be published in 1 or 2 years' time, probably with regards to the 2 pillars, it's going to be somewhat maybe the multilateral convention has already been agreed, or maybe they're not, we don't know. But maybe if you can give like more context to the multilateralism that happened in the last decade, for example, the signing of the MLI, the signing of the MCAA, and so on. So does that have to do with the ITR and the oligopoly that you analyze? Maybe if you can somewhat relates that to the multilateralism and also the BEPS context in a wider sense, then it would be a strong addition to the literature of the 2 pillars and so on. So it would attract more audience, I think. So that's yeah, because yeah, I think it's a new insight for me, and I really look forward to read your book. So Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrianato.
Thanks, Adrianto. That was very efficient comments. So we can always come back to you if you would like to say more. Eduardo, I might go to Professor Picciotto because he's put his camera on now. We will have both discussants give their initial comments, and then we do have time for you to do some responses and for us to have some Q&A and discussion. So, Sol, can I pass to you, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's very interesting to participate in this discussion. And I'd also like to congratulate Eduardo for this really very ambitious attempt to present a very wide-ranging, comprehensive theory of international tax. And one that I think it's fair to say is quite unorthodox. So perhaps we can maybe probe how far it can be helpful, because I do think it seems to aim to overturn many of the existing understandings of how the international tax regime has developed historically. And I would echo what Adrianto has said, but I'd be interested to see in more detail the quantitative data, particularly the data on disputes, where I'm not quite sure what the source of that data is. It'd be very interesting to look at that in more detail. But if we can probe, and I'll follow up on Adrianto's comments on whether the theoretical framing works, because bringing together this kind of broad, abstract framework with quantitative data, I'm not sure really quite works for me. For me, an account of how the tax regime has developed historically, maybe I'm a traditionalist, but needs to really start with a careful analysis of all the historical documents, the texts, and then for more contemporaneous events, other qualitative empirical research, such as interviewing people involved and looking carefully at the negotiating positions and the ways in which the issues have developed. Now, I'm not sure that Eduardo's more theoreticist combined with empirical data approach is convincing in overturning certainly my understanding. And perhaps if we can probe the approach, firstly, the three categories of what you call oligopolies, not sure really holds up to me. You say that they're small groups, but the category of market countries, and to say that the G20 countries form a small group of market jurisdictions, I mean, just I don't really quite get that at all. It just seems to me the G20 countries are actually quite disparate. I mean, what we know is that the international tax regime has been largely dominated by OECD countries, and even amongst OECD countries, there have been a number of dissents and conflicts and countercurrents. So I'm not sure that even the OECD countries are all that cohesive, but they were more or less held together because by and large they have a balance of capital inflows and capital outflows. But the expansion to G20 took place really after the global financial crisis, and there seem to me to be very different perspectives. And what we know about the negotiations over BEPS 1, I'm quite surprised that you argue that India, for example, was very influential in the outcomes of the first phase of the BEPS project. It seems to me that, on the other hand, that it's in the second phase since 2019 that the G24 countries have had a much bigger impact, increasingly. So I'm not sure that that category of market jurisdictions holds, and I'm not sure even why they're called market jurisdictions. And then the category of tax hubs, again, seems to diverge from certainly my understanding of how the system of tax avoidance has developed historically. If we go back to the OECD's own work, when the OECD back in the 1980s looked at the problems caused for the tax treaty regime by the use of intermediate jurisdictions, they identified at least two categories of intermediary jurisdictions, base and conduit jurisdictions. And since then, I think that the structures of international tax avoidance, now known as BEPS, have got even more complicated. I mean, I think this notion of tax hubs, which I think you take from the economic assessment reports, which categorizes them as investment hubs, really, I don't think fits our understanding as tax lawyers. That there's an interaction. I mean, you can't include, I think, the Bahamas, the Cayman Islands in the same category as Ireland and Singapore, and I'm not sure even Ireland, Singapore necessarily fit into the same group. And then you have the Netherlands, you have Luxembourg, you have Switzerland. I mean, the OECD's own analysis, as I say, when they began to look at it, their report said that almost any country can act as an intermediary in relation to another. So that's why it was always very hard to define tax haven. So I think really to try and identify a homogeneous group of tax hubs really doesn't work for me. As I say, I'm perhaps more of a traditionalist, but I think if we want to understand the development of the international tax regime, there's no substitute for careful study of the actual documentary record for the early period. I would commend, for example, Sunita Jogarajan's very careful historical work on the origins of the 1928. Unfortunately, I'm hoping that she'll continue her work and we'll see the next phase, but the work on the background, the historical background up to the 1928 treaties, I think clearly shows, for example, that it was very much the tax experts and not the economic experts who actually negotiated the tax. And I don't think you can say that in the way in which those texts, the first model, which continue to be quite influential, were formulated, that you can say that they were influenced by any coherent group of market jurisdictions. I hope that others will take up, as I say, the kind of detailed historical work. There's a very rich base now of documentary record, which I think people should explore in much more detail to understand not only that early history, pre-war history, pre-Second World War history, but the more recent phase now in the 1980s, 1990s, and coming up to the present day. So careful work through the historical record, I would say, possibly a more fruitful approach than these abstract categories married with quantitative data. But I hope you found those comments helpful.
Thanks very much, Sol, for those comments. I think it is very interesting. I should say Sunita Jogarajan's a colleague of mine at Melbourne Law School, and I know that she is working on the next decade. I think her original proposal, of course, was to try to do a lot more. But once you start looking at that archival documentary record, your focus narrows and narrows, because you get deeper and deeper, as you say, into the record, which is very, very interesting. So we have some time for you to respond. Eduardo, if you would like to comments from either of our speakers, and also if people would like to ask a question or make a short comment, but ask a question, if you would like to raise your hand, I will be able to see that in the sharing. So Eduardo, first I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Adrianato and Sol, for such wonderful comments. They are extremely useful to me. I would like to answer some of them. As you can see, I am exploring the possibility of offering a new model to understand the emergence and evolution of the international tax regime using competition law. It's a model, and as it happens with all models, I'm not including everything that happened. I'm somehow simplifying things with the expectation of understanding what has been going on. So this is the aim of this exercise, to offer a model based on antitrust concepts in order to see if they bring light on what has been going on in this part of international law. If I start with Adrianato's questions and some of Sol's questions, they are fundamentally definitional. What do I understand by oligopolies? Why am I talking about market jurisdiction? How can I distinguish, for example, Germany from Papua New Guinea? Because these are two countries. Germany and Papua New Guinea are two countries. So the concept I'm using here is also taken from antitrust law, that is called market power. So when certain firms have market power, when I'm referring to jurisdictions, they are part of the oligopoly of market jurisdictions. So when I talk about market jurisdictions, I'm referring to those countries that have market power. So that based on historical analysis, they have been influencing the evolution of international taxation. When I talk about developing countries, I'm referring to a large group without market power. That is, without, based on historical analysis, the power to influence the evolution of international taxation. So that would be a way I am using in order to determine which countries are part of the oligopoly of market jurisdictions. I'm using that concept because I think it's meaningful to explain the different degree of influence that this group of small countries have been having on the evolution of the tax system. I'm not maintaining that we need a fourth oligopoly of developing countries. What I'm arguing is that developing countries should do something in order to be able to coordinate their efforts to join the oligopoly of market jurisdictions in order to have a say on the evolution of international taxation. Regarding the question of Adrianato of what's the meaning of two-sided platform, one prominent example of a two-sided platform is, for example, a newspaper. Because it has two different types of users. On the one hand, the readers, and on the other hand, advertisers. And newspapers are receiving income from these two different types of users. And the business model of newspapers is to sell readers to advertisers. And I think that something functionally equivalent is going on at the international tax system. Non-G20 or G20, global tax hubs, such as Ireland, are in the business of connecting international investors, such as Apple, and market jurisdictions. And I think one prominent example of that is can be seen in the Apple Ireland case. As you know, Apple in the early 80s, when it decided to start exporting its services, it started contacting a number of hubs. And finally, Apple decided to get into the European market via Ireland. And that allowed Apple to be subject to a very low effective tax rate. And what I'm maintaining in one of these chapters of this book is that both users, that is to say, both the country of residence of MNEs and market jurisdictions, have been willing to join, to conclude tax treaties with tax hubs with the expectation of minimizing the tax entry cost and the tax exit cost of MNEs. If I now move to Sol's fundamental question on the definition of hubs, I don't know if I have time. Do I have time? Miranda?
So maybe just a short comment on that. I do have one question. Frederick has his hand up, and I think Irma also. So
Yes,
it would be
exactly.
good to be able to get
Yes.
to a couple of questions. But
Okay.
please,
Yes.
please respond to
Yes.
Sol's. Yeah.
Regarding the, I mean, the important question by Sol on what do I understand by tax hub, I have a long chapter on that. Here I'm using a ratio in order to define tax hub. So if a given jurisdiction is receiving FDI that represents over 100% of the local GDP, I am inferring from this ratio that that country is being used as not the final destination of that FDI, but as a way to minimize the tax entry cost and tax exit cost. And of course, as Sol suggested, what I'm doing now is to collect data from 9 different shocks that I think suffered impacted the strategic interaction between these 3 oligopolies since 1923. Then I focus on a number of different shocks, and I explore who were the institutions and countries submitting proposals on what should be the evolution of the international tax regime. I will stop here for time constraints.
Yeah, thanks, Eduardo. But I think the comment about historical sources is really interesting. And so
Absolutely.
perhaps a way of connecting the data that you're using about the economic context and market power with the historical institutional analysis could respond to, I think, perhaps some of Sol's comments. And it was interesting for me to hear you talk about market power, because I must say, I was a little unclear about market jurisdictions. Did you mean the jurisdiction where the consumer is? Do you mean they have market power because they have a large population that is rich, right? So it can buy stuff. Or do you mean something else? And if so, how do you define that? So that's interesting. Let me go to the questions. So I have Irma and Frederick, either of you, whichever one wants to start. Frederick, go ahead.
All right. No, thanks a lot, Eduardo. I think I really like the project that you take up of trying to abstract from what is happening and doing, in essence, I think, what is the political economy analysis. So what I wanted to bounce back is also this question of the hubs, which you define as one of the influential actors. And I'm wondering if you might not overstate the influence that they have. And so I was thinking about this analogy with Uber that you made. So if you think about Uber fulfills, or also other platforms that we have in the economy, they fulfill a real function that, for example, I'm not able to get a cab so fast without Uber because I don't have the phone numbers of the taxi drivers, of course. But in the case of tax jurisdictions, I think that it's not impossible for countries to achieve functionally the same for M&Es without these hubs. So it's basically a question of what kind of rules you make for withholding taxes and other tax provisions that that's basically what M&Es use these jurisdictions for. And if you, for example, you take the example of India and Mauritius, and I think you can read the history in the way that all the way whether this strategy is valid was fundamentally controlled by India all the time. And you see that recently India amended the treaty with Mauritius, basically taking away some of the benefits. And so this was only possible as long as the Indian administration basically agreed to that and found some interest in that. So I'm really wondering whether hubs actually have this this power that you ascribe to them.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Shall I answer now or wait for Irma's?
Why don't I take Irma's as well, because I'm conscious, and then you can respond to both, and we'll finish at that. So Irma, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. I think it's very interesting what you are doing. And I was wondering whether, because you are trying to explain what the changes and why the changes are taking place. But I think that one of the things what I will need to, perhaps it would be interesting to distinguish is, I know, for instance, that China, when I was working in a chapter on the Belt Road Initiative and China role in BEPS, one of the reasons that they moved towards these BEPS was because the lack of finding transfer pricing comparables. And when you mentioned that the dispute resolutions are because of also one transfer pricing, and at the same time, you know that India, for instance, has the permanent establishment problems, it makes kind of a link. And I was wondering whether instead of looking at G20 countries in general, you could perhaps go to 2 countries and see whether what BEPS trigger BEPS. So we know, of course, OECD, but within the G20 countries, and perhaps China and India are good examples, there was something there that triggered BEPS. And because of that, then you can perhaps try to explain this theory of change. So what changed in this process that made possible that then the G20 took a more important role, but at the same time that BEPS occurred, without going so much into the details of BEPS actions and everything, because that's completely another outcome that perhaps what they really wanted. And the other part, what I think is that it is important to see that this theory of change, if you want to apply a theory of change, I don't know so much about it, but I think it's fascinating that it is, we did have before OECD, and then after we came with the AU, and the OECD and AU have to change their way. So before it was OECD models and then AU directives for preventing double taxation, but there was a change in the narrative. So you have this kind of change in this narrative, and the AU could be something interesting to see, because then you may have different actors, and perhaps that's the reason why you wanted me also to look at this. If you have different actors that could explain why these changes are taking place. And at the same time, you need to perhaps also a distinction between G20 countries who are non-OECD, so that's India and China, but also non-G20, non-OECD countries who are small or big economies. And then you can also say OECD of G20 who are AU countries, and then you get Ireland and the Netherlands and Luxembourg and so. But there are so different layers that you can play around and see, and only perhaps try to explain what triggers BEPS without going even further, because perhaps that's what you want to do. But I found it fascinating because I think this is something that we just kind of need to understand a little to see where we are going to move forward.
Thank you very much, Irma. Fascinating questions. Starting with Frederick. Frederick says, to what extent tax hubs are relevant in international taxation? Here, I'm using data collected by Sukhman, and he has been maintaining that the role of tax hubs over the last 50 years have been substantial, and their role has increased after BEPS 1. So he argues that something like 36% of all FDI has been channeled through what I defined as tax hubs. So they are playing a quite important role in order to minimize the effective tax rate of MNEs. So tax hubs, based on data collected by Sukhman, are relevant, and their role has been increasing even after BEPS 1. Regarding the role played by the two users of hubs, which are, the country of residence of MNEs, for example, the US in the case of Apple, and our market jurisdictions. What I'm maintaining here is, let's start with market jurisdictions such as India. Here, I think that a rational politician in the G20 has the incentive to discriminate between mobile and immobile capital, So a rational G20 politician has the incentive to raise, I mean, corporate income taxation in, for example, India, to the level demanded by the local voter, let's say 25%. But at the same time, when India concludes a tax treaty with Mauritius, it's allowing mobile investors to get into India in such a way as to be subject to an effective tax rate much lower than the standard rate imposed, for example, by India. So here we are seeing an implicit discrimination between mobile and immobile capital that is relatively invisible for the domestic voter. If you take a look at from, I mean, the country of residence of international investors, what I can see is that they are also happy to conclude tax treaties with tax hubs. And I think this could be inferred from the fact that a number of country of residence of MNEs are willing, for example, not to enforce anti-avoidance regulations when their MNEs get into a market jurisdiction via a tax hub. So what I can see is that the main two users of two-sided platforms, of global hubs, are happy to do that because they assume that they are winning something from this strategic game.
So Eduardo, I think I need to call you to close up. Would you like to make a final remark? Or?
Yes, what I will do, if I can, next year in the, I mean, Australian version of Global Tax Symposium, I may submit 4 chapters in order to answer all the questions Sol, Frederick, Irma have submitted. So that's my hope, to be able to present a number of chapters answering all these questions, and let's see if they are good enough to answer your questions. So let's get together in Melbourne. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Eduardo. Thank you so much to you for your interesting paper, which is trying to acknowledge market power and the role of the sort of strategic roles in, I think, what is an international game. I guess another feature is that this game takes place in a broader geopolitical context that is not just about tax. Certainly in Australia at the moment, the government is going to start negotiating a treaty with Luxembourg for the first time. This is not for tax reasons. This is for the trade deal with the European Union is the reason why. So there are other things going on as well. Thank you to our discussants, Adrianto Nigroho from Indonesia, Sol Kyoto Lancaster University, and 2 questions. So we now have a short break before the final session of this morning, which will be chaired by Irma Mosquera. I think we just have 10 minutes, I guess.
Yes, we will have 10 minutes break for a coffee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
so
you so much
please,
again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you
Take
in a
another
bit.
break and join us for a very interesting panel discussion as our final session. I can.
So thank you so much for being here, and also to our panelists. We are going to discuss, this is a panel discussion. It will take 1 hour, but we will try to first give time for presentations, and then after we will have a very interesting discussion, because this is about BEPS, governance, the G20 Indian presidency, and of course, we also have on the back of our minds also the discussion by the UN. So we would like to perhaps give some food for thought and having the different views and trying to find this dialogue on governance. And when we look at, for instance, and what we do with this project of global tax governance is trying to understand the changes that are taking place in this international taxation, international tax lawmaking from OECD, G20. We also saw in the presentation of Eduardo by Stroki all the discussion about the role of the OECD, G20 countries, also non-G20 countries, non-OECD countries, and we will try to see how this international tax lawmaking is taking place. And I think that one of the crucial points that we have is that when we started the project on global tax governance 4 years ago, there was no discussion about the Pillar 1 and the Pillar 2, and not even a UN resolution like we have it right now. So it's very interesting to see that this is evolving, and this is the reason why we have today 3 speakers. And I will just name on the order of the presentation. First, we have Ben Dickinson from the OECD. And thereafter, we have Mary Kerside, the head of Tax, Customs and Policy Department, Minister of Finance of Georgia. And thereafter, we will have Abdul from Muhet Shovari from the South Center. And we'll organize it in such a way that first Ben will present it, then after will be Mary, and then after will be Abdul. We will have approximately 10 minutes for presentation for each speaker. And then after we will raise some questions. Also, please be as audience, please raise your hand. This is a panel discussion. So we want to have it as open as possible to try to make sure that we raise all the points and we see which of the speakers would like to reply on this or would like to prepare. I was wondering, Frederick, is Ben and George and Mary and Abdul already available to share the slides in case that you would like to share the slides? Yeah. So let's start then first with Ben. Ben, thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Matt, and I hope you can all hear me. So just to say what I've been asked to speak about, you asked me to comment on some reports that we've written for the G20, which cover some aspects of governance. So that's what I will do. And of course, there are wider governance issues at stake, which I hope we can come back to in discussion. But I will stick to what you've asked me to do. So in 2021, the Italian presidency of the G20 asked the OECD Secretariat to produce a report about how developing countries broadly are faring in the inclusive framework on BEPS. And what was behind their motivation was to see how it is possible to sustain the very broad and diverse coalition of countries that are in the inclusive framework. So at that time, 140. And what they wanted to do was to say, well, as the conversation on international taxation in the inclusive framework continues, how can these countries converge given their diversity? So what they asked us to do was to look at the approximately 50 least capacity countries in the inclusive framework. So those are, generally speaking, those at the bottom of the income scale. So what they were thinking was not an SDG agenda, but more a international stabilization of the rules agenda and a reform agenda that is attempting to turn a corner of the oil tanker that is international taxation, which has not been addressed for 100 years, but has been addressed in some ways by the current two-pillar solution. So that's what they asked us to do. And although I think the G20 was not particularly motivated by the SDG agenda, we did take the opportunity to look at some of the domestic resource mobilization aspects, because that's obviously a concern of the developing countries, particularly those at the bottom of the income scale, given COVID, et cetera, et cetera. So what we did was we consulted widely. We examined the impact of the original BEPS measures, firstly. We secondly looked at the influence of developing countries on outcomes. Thirdly, we looked at governance and inclusion. And lastly, we looked at some capacity building issues. So if we take those in turn, and we turn to the original BEPS measures, well, the impact, we looked at this in an empirical way, and we we presented a mixed picture. Certainly some progress on ridding the world of harmful tax practices. Developing countries played their part there. Some progress on addressing tax treaty abuse. Some progress in looking at transfer pricing issues and the development of those. Country by country reporting we identified as a major challenge and a potential benefit for developing countries where more progress needed to be made. So in terms of influence, I think there's a step change in 2016. If you look at what happened in the original BEPS measures, developing countries did not have a role, and therefore it is unsurprising that many of the measures are not necessarily suited to developing countries. But there's a step change in 2016 when we went from 0 countries integrated into the OECD Tax Committee to now a situation where they are numerically dominant, or at least the non-OECD countries are numerically dominant. And we had tried to empirically track the influence over the new set of rules which are currently under debate. So the 2-pillar solution, and we list in the report where developing countries have had a clear impact. So lowering the nexus threshold, the subject to tax rule, so-called amount B on trying to address the problems in transfer pricing which developing countries face day on day because of the problem with comparability issues. And then bringing us right up to date, the major African proposal to look at a qualified domestic minimum tax, which is really a big step to addressing the rule order issues on Pillar 2, which we might come back to. So thirdly, in terms of governance and inclusion, yes, developing countries have a seat at the table, but it's not as simple as that, clearly. And we recognize the challenges, particularly because of the pace of the work, which is relentless, because if you go slow, the only people to benefit are the profit shifters in the large companies. So the pace is relentless, and developing countries obviously struggle with that. We made a proposal to in some of the detailed governance issues, so to have a co-chair of the inclusive framework from the developing world. So Jamaica takes that role, and it's important to note that the Minister of Finance of Jamaica has a much wider role in the international tax debate now, and has participated in trying to influence much of the G20 discussion. We made a proposal that we have an advisory group that is represented by developing countries. We said this should be transformed into a two-way street so that the views of developing countries can be channeled back in a much more precise way into the international discussions. But as I said, inclusion is not about numbers, it's about how to exercise influence. And some of the developments are probably most important that are not recorded in some of our reports. So investing in developing countries as they prepare for international discussions, this was something that was raised by Martin Heersen in a paper a few years ago. We've tried to respond to that suggestion to make much more of an effort to prepare developing countries, particularly those who participate in the leadership group of the inclusive framework, so that they can engage more effectively. One of the most important developments has been the Africa grouping in the inclusive framework. As I said, they're responsible for making this breakthrough proposal on the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, but the role they play is much wider than that. And given the struggle that delegations have in keeping up with the relentless pace of discussions, the ATAF grouping has mutualized many of the developing countries' views into one position, and that is proving to be very effective because it's not just the African countries that have limited capacities. It's many developing countries, and ATAF has become a very important technical channel and exert a strong influence in the leadership group. And then I think just to comment on to caricature some of the discussions about these being rich versus poor, north versus south, it's just not that simple. And what we see in the inclusive framework discussions is the importance of different types of alliances, and an example is those with who are concerned with natural resources. This transcends income groups. This is, you get alliances of and common interests across OECD countries, least developed countries, and so on. So how alliances are formed is particularly important. So then finally, we looked at capacity issues. We heard from developing countries that whilst they wrestle with the international tax rulemaking process, it's very important to have some confidence building and quick wins. We cite, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it, but some of the capacity building issues have been commented on by third parties. So the Independent Commission on Aid said that capacity building work on international tax has been very effective. We think that instruments like Tax Inspectors Without Borders that deliver revenue returns whilst countries proceed with the rulemaking work has been particularly important in addressing BEPS issues. So I think that's what we tried to do. The Indonesian presidency of the G20 this year very much continued and wanted to accelerate looking at the needs of lower capacity countries. They delivered a ministerial symposium on this topic, which highlighted some issues that where progress needed to be made, country by country reporting for low income countries, and ensuring that there is a massive capacity building effort, particularly on Pillar 2, which is happening. It is a reality with countries moving. So turning to looking ahead to what the Indian presidency may do, we're in no doubt that they will continue the effort. And if you look at what's happening this year, next year, and the next 2 years, the G20 is led by large developing countries, and the Indians, I think, will very much continue what the Italians and the Indonesians have started, and particularly on looking at this issue that is very current, which is Pillar 2 is happening, and the interface between tax incentives and Pillar 2 is a very live issue. And the Indians, I think, will want to look at how capacity can be moved very quickly to support that process, as well as looking at other international tax priorities, particularly tax and criminality, where perhaps there's been less attention than on international tax avoidance and the transparency agenda, where obviously massive progress has been made over the last 10 years. So that's what we were asked to do, and those are my reflections. But Marie has been at the heart of all of these things, and he's far better qualified to speak about the coalface than I am from a secretariat point of view. So thank you, Emma. Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much, Ben. And I think that starting with the G20 report is a good start, because actually at that moment there was the discussion about governance, what could be done, and this is also was a good step towards looking more towards inclusivity. And one of the things that they mention is not only being inclusive, but also being effective. And I was wondering in this case, and of course with Mary, thank you so much for being here. And I know that you have been in the center of it, and you are also tax administration, and you are also dealing with all these issues with capacity, at the same time the domestic issues, international tax. You also work a lot with international taxation. So my question to you, and perhaps what we can focus, is kind of to bring a link between what are the shortcomings, what are the challenges, what are the problems, how do you see all of this in terms of the BEPS and the governance? Please, Mary.
Okay, thank you, and good morning or good evening to everyone. Actually, I did not have previously opportunity to say hello to all of you. And firstly, this is the first time I participated, and thank you for this opportunity. And so I'm really happy to be here and to share my thoughts or my reflections. And so as Ben mentioned, it's I think a good continuous from my side to speak on what actually, so I'm not going to add to say like this what Ben said, but from the perspective of developing countries, what we see, how we see as opposed questions, and what's the panel about. So actually, Ben already talked about this report on developing countries, and I can say that this is the first time extensive report dedicated to developing countries. And so every year, for sure, OECD is publishing a report, and so there are always a chapter about the developing countries, what kind of progress they have, etc., etc. But this is one of the extensive and broad report, and it gives very good look at developing countries, and not only for them, what kind of progress there was, and what is also need, or what there is a spaces need to be better supported. And so this is not only a theoretical report, because previously, before this report was published, it was a very extensive public consultations. And so because the first communique, what Ben mentioned, it was April 2021, and after that OECD started approaching to developing countries, and especially, not especially, but also one of them was Georgia, and I was co-chairing one of the regional meeting, and it was very extensive. And I also remember it was it was like this, that there was a lot of questions posed, and developing countries has opportunity to respond them, and after that, so they collected information what kind of assistance they further needed. So they continue this way during these 6 years, and after that we see that in April it was this report on developing countries. And there was areas identification, what developing countries needed assistance. But besides this, it was one of the issue where the same developing country also addressed governance. And so there was concern of the developing countries that it would be more, I think, for them, some very remarkable if the enhancement of the inclusivity would be supported by this report. And so this is one of the issues where we see that report also addressed governance. But I want also to add as an example of my country here, how we are cooperate with OECD. And actually, I can say that I'm a bit lucky, because Georgia was among the first countries in 2016 who joined the BEPS project. And so at that time, it was very challenging for us, because I remember vividly when we received these suggestions to become member or not, there was identification, what kind of obligation we should have further to implement. And so we needed to make clear if we are ready or if not, because at that time it was, you know, very new issues, this BEPS project, but we realized these questions, and we so decided, not we, but minister and government, also it was with support with government, decided that we are ready to become the member of this BEPS project in back to 2016. And so we not only became the member of the Global Forum, not a BEPS project, but so we became, it said at that time, elected member of the steering committee. And steering committee, this is where they are very limited seats for developing countries, and that's why. So when Georgia was elected as a member of the steering committee, it gave us direct possibility to be directly involved in the decision maker, body, I can say, because this is a maker, high level decision maker body. And actually at that time, so now minister, but at that time our minister was a vice minister. He was member of the steering committee, and we had this opportunity 4 years until 2020. Georgia, we as a member of the steering group. And this was also the time when OECD and the steering committee started extensive works on the pillars. So, and it gives us, besides the opportunity to be directly involved and to have all kinds of involvement, how it is going to be, what's kind of not effect, but how it should be drafted, these pillars 1 or pillars 2. And so we were directly involved in these policy making issues. And besides, I want to say here that we had our concerns, and so maybe we still have, this is not an issue here of our panel, but we already raised, because we have actually different corporate taxation system, and we are in the line like Estonia or Latvia, and so we are amongst the few countries, and we posed our concerns, and by the end of the agreement last year, so actually OECD and steering committee and other working group supported what we needed. So we find some kind of consensus to be reflected as a distribution profit corporate country, how it should be in case of pillar 2. So this was actually our not involvement, but I also want to see a bit back what happened. So in 2016, everyone is aware that there was some kind of timeline. So you remember, but then you have 2 or 3 years to implement these obligations, what we took, and we faced capacity, limited capacity for sure, not we, but I guess most of the developing countries are facing. But as soon as we became member, we also started the induction program with OECD, and so I'm emphasizing everywhere the benefit of these induction programs. I don't have information maybe how other countries are benefited, but in our case it was really effective, because if we are not this induction program, it should be really difficult for us to implement these BEPS successfully, BEPS standards successfully. And why I'm mentioning here successfully, maybe it's difficult, you need time to evaluate if it is successful or not, how it works, but now we see the 6-year past. At the first BEPS minimum standard, it was to introduce, or to not to introduce, but to make amendment in our preferential tax regime. So Georgia is a country with small economies, and we have such kind of preferential tax regimes, and for our economies, it was really important to have this kind of preferential tax regimes, because we are mostly concentrated on encouraging of investment in our countries, and so this preferential tax regime mostly was concentrating on that. And we face the situation that we have to make some kind of alignment to be in the line of the harmful tax practices standards. And at that time, it was a bit, to be honest, difficult, because we saw that there are regimes and they need to be abolished or amended, or etc., etc. But what we see this year or last year, we introduced new regimes. This is absolutely in line with harmful tax practices standards. And the mostly is that the requirement is that income should be generated in Georgia. So this is main requirement. And after that, we see that we have this international company, what I'm talking about. Several companies get status, and we also get some kind of economic effects from that, because there are some income which it is generated from this, and compared to the previous tax regimes, what we are going now to abolish, these tax regimes is absolutely effective, became effective in our case. So this is only one BEPS minimum standards, and I want to say that in process of the introducing new tax regimes under impact transfer programs, OECD helped us much. And I also want to mention another organizations here, maybe this is not a topic, but not, it's also ADB who also started processing much extensive assistance we received under reduction programs, because together with, you know, there are CBCR working groups, working 31, etc. Together with them, we drafted our legislation, we showed them how it was okay, it was in line, etc., etc. And with our limited resources, we now see that we implemented. Some of them are quite effective, and some of them we are still waiting what kind of benefit we will receive, because we are now in the process of finalizing to be implemented all minimum standards. Now I'm speaking about this. And about the governance, so we as a member of the steering committee, besides Georgia was member of a lot of steering committee, because sometimes there was a deadline, no time frame, you should be 2 years or 3 years, etc. But in the case of governance, I want to mention that Georgia is also one of the developing countries elected chair of the multinational tax conventions. This is MLI, and for 3 years, so we are their elected chair. But so this is maybe our country, our extensive participation in the OECD. But so there are also other countries we have to look them, and all of them are, or not all of them are such extensively involved. And so that was why report addressed BEPS government, and we see that after addressing of governance, OECD made a huge step, and our colleague and excellent expert, dear friend Marlene, is now co-chairing the inclusive framework. But challenges still remain, because this is now there are only several months, I guess. Marlene was elected, and so there was concerns that developing countries should need their seat or other supervising body as well. And I'm sure that OECD also make this opportunity to developing countries to continue their extensively involvement. And but it is also up to the countries. I want to underline here that so when you are receiver, you should be quite aware what you are going to implement, how successful it should be, and you should have to see economic effect. I also want to emphasize here, but I'm sure speaking about my countries, for example, 2 years ago, it became obligatory based on our law that every law should be accompanied by economic regulatory assessment. Yeah, so-called, because otherwise you should not issue any law. But it became only so 2 years ago. So after that, any law, any tax changes should be accompanied by this economic regulatory assessment. Otherwise, it is impossible to pass to the parliament because you have to see what kind of economic positive or negative impact it should be. And sometimes maybe there are negative impact, but maybe for small countries and for encouragement of internal, maybe domestic economy.
Mary,
yes,
I'm going to ask you about this regulatory assessment, but just to give some time to Abdul, if you don't mind, and then after we come back again,
okay.
if you want to just finalize, perhaps
yes,
like 1 minute, and then we give to
I will
Abdul.
finalize because I want also to address our future presidency, India G20 presidency country, and so I want to underline here that I'm really optimistic about that, because India is one of the large country and very extensively represented at the OECD. They are also member of the steering committee, always advocating developing countries, and so I am sure that they will continue this pace, and they continues what also Italy and Indonesia.
Thank you so much. I will ask you more questions, because I think that after these 2 discussions, we have a lot of food for thought. Please, if you feel like also you want to raise your hand after these 3 presentations, we will open the floor for questions, and you can do it in the chat or you can raise your hand. But I want to give the word to Abdul. And please, Abdul, you are not representing India, you're representing the South Center, but it is also important because this event is being hosted by India. by Suranjali and the National Institute of Public Finance. So it's interesting also to share your views. So please, Abdul, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Irma, and Shukriya Suranjali for the invitation. Very happy to be here. So, well, let's sort of begin by outlining the structure of the inclusive framework, which I'm not sure everybody is familiar with. So it basically consists of the plenary of the inclusive framework, which is all the members, the steering group, where you have sort of a mix of developed and developing countries, which steers the inclusive framework. And then you have subsidiary bodies, such as the working parties and the task force on the digital economy and so on. And I'd like to begin by saying that one of the big issues in the functioning of the inclusive framework is that it's quite secretariat heavy. So typically what happens is that when rules are being discussed, like how do you calculate the tax base of amount A, for example, you have a big paper which is prepared by the secretariat, given to the members, and they have to comment on it fairly quickly. And then if they don't comment, then the show goes on. And that's kind of seen as acceptance of the process. But the thing is that this is not real participation, and has a lot of implications which we'll look at in my presentation. And another point I'd like to make is that the secretariat is also quite politically influential. So to give you an example, in late 2019, I think around November, there was a deadlock in the negotiations when there were 3 competing proposals of what Pillar 1 should actually look like. So one was the British proposal, one was the American proposal, and one was the developing country proposal. And there was a sort of deadlock over which one should be selected. And amazingly, the secretariat put forward a proposal, got that endorsed by the members, and then made that the basis of negotiations. So it's a fairly unusual instance in international negotiations generally, where the secretariat breaks the deadlock as a political actor and takes the story forward. So just as an anecdote to tell you of how influential the secretariat is as a player in this whole process. Another problematic aspect is that the secretariat is accountable to the OECD countries, not necessarily to the inclusive framework as a whole. And again, as mentioned, to give you the simplified outline of the process, this has serious implications in the kind of outputs that are mentioned, produced by the inclusive framework. So as a first recommendation, it should be mentioned that the inclusive framework deserves a separate and a neutral secretariat. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, this simplified structure has some larger questions. So first thing to note is that there is no legal basis to the inclusive framework. There's no treaty, there's no convention, there's no international agreement. The G20 and the OECD kind of decided between themselves that let's sort of expand the structure in a haphazard way. And that led to this system, which nobody really knows how it functions actually, because it's not written anywhere. If you want to know what exactly is the role of the task force in the digital economy, it's not really written somewhere. What is the role of, working party 6, 11, etc. So typically organizations, political organizations have powers and functions which are defined in a statute, with the relations to each other, the process through which they make decisions. All of these should be outlined in a statute, which doesn't exist for the inclusive framework. And to give you an example, a counter example, the United Nations Tax Committee, for example, has a statutory basis in resolutions of the Economic and Social Council. And the functioning of the UN Tax Committee is outlined in the practices and the working methods. And I'm just going to share the link to the UN Tax Committee's practices and procedures document in the chat, so you can see what an actual international organization which is functioning on the basis of rules looks like. how, for example, members are selected, how are decisions taken, how are disagreements overcome, and so on. Next slide, please. Then second thing is it's completely opaque. Nobody knows what actually goes on inside the inclusive framework. None of the meetings are broadcasted except for the plenary. And I must say the view quite strongly is that the plenary is seen as stage managed, where everything is great, everything is amazing, everything is working very nicely. There's a lot of pressure to make sure that that sort of perspective comes across. And there's no transparency. For example, what did the steering group discuss? If somebody wants to know what did my country's representatives say in the steering group or in the subsidiary bodies, there's no way to find out because there are no published records, there are no minutes of the discussions which are available. So there's no transparency. And again, to give you a counterexample of a genuine international rules-based international organization, the UN Tax Committee sessions are open to observers of the UN, and they publish session reports to the ECOSOC, which really tells you what happened in the session, which you can't really find out in the inclusive framework. And then we see that there's no democracy. So the decision-making principle is by consensus. And again, since there's no statutory basis, there's no, this principle just sort of came up. And now sort of goes along. There's no voting. And disagreements, really, I'll use a crude term, but they're managed through hardcore power politics rather than a rules-based procedure. And again, if you look at the UN Tax Committee, you have clear procedures how decisions are made. You're voting when it's applicable, when it's not applicable, and so on. And really, the reality of international tax is no double taxation. So it can go only into one pocket. So it's a zero-sum game. And sometimes conflicts are necessary and inevitable, and voting is really a required mechanism. And in the UN Tax Committee, we can see that this has resulted in very progressive rules like Article 12A, 12B, and so on. Next slide, please. Now, what has been the response to the frustration has been to appoint a co-chair from developing countries. And it's welcome, but I can say that the general sense is that it's not seen as enough. And it's also to be mentioned that the good governance narrative of transparency, accountability, and democracy, which the developed countries preach day and night to the developing countries, doesn't seem to be applied to their own institution. So this is something to really think about. Now, what has been the outcomes of this structure? We see that there's deep frustration by the developing country members and quite a lot of cynicism regarding claims of inclusivity. I don't know if the OECD Secretariat hear this, but really, this is what the sense is when you talk to them. There's a feeling that their concerns are not really heard. And you can look at the output, the two-pillar solution, which really gives peanuts at the South Center. We have done a lot of revenue estimates, some of which by Suranjali herself, which gives minimal revenues to the developing countries, further gives you evidence of how an unfair process can give you unfair outcomes. And this frustration has been reflected in the recent UN General Assembly resolution on the UN Tax Convention, where the developed countries were humiliatingly defeated with a 55 to 97 vote. And we see that OECD members like Colombia are going ahead with unilateral measures. So there you can see the real problems that can come when you have such a structure. Next slide, please. Now, with regard to the G20 Indian presidency, it's to be mentioned that India takes after Indonesia and will be followed by Brazil and South Africa. So this is really a good amount of time that the developing countries have some power to make changes in their favor. And I would like to make one point that organizations like the African Tax Administration Forum, the G24, and even if I may say so, my own organization, the South Center, we have really tried to do what we can to support the voice of the developing countries in these discussions. And this is an opportunity to further engage our services and to further amplify the voices, because expecting the OECD to do everything is also not correct. The developing countries have to take care of their own interests ultimately and rely on their own organizations. And this is an opportunity for these presidencies to sort of further engage these institutions. Another opportunity is to really push for a neutral secretariat which reflects the diversity of the inclusive framework and not is just staffed by people from the developed countries who will then come up with magical solutions to the problems of the developing countries, which we can see what they will end up looking like. Then a larger push is to really, if the inclusive framework is to stay and be sustainable, it must become a rules-based organization. It can't be this haphazard structure where phone calls are made to push things through all the time. It can't be like that. It needs a statutory basis, first of all. The powers and functions of organs have to be clearly defined. It needs rules of procedures, which will say how decisions are made. And that has a very important role because delegates can strategize. In the UN Tax Committee, which is a rules-based organization, the fact that you say that, okay, if a document is put out, you have these many days to give comments, members can object, can make amendments, so you have special majority, simple majority. So you can plan and strategize in advance, and that really gives developing countries a space to influence the outcome. But when you don't have that, when you don't have these rules of procedures, it's much more difficult. And finally, the developed countries should implement their own narrative of transparency, accountability, and democracy in their own institution, and really push for voting in the inclusive framework plenary on decisions. It's quite difficult to keep going with this principle of consensus because you really end up with the least common denominator, which is not good for the world as a whole, because then you have something like Pillar 1, which gives nothing to anybody and the corporations continue to escape. So some sort of decision-making by voting is necessary. And the records of the steering group and the subsidiary meetings should be published. So people have a right to know what the representatives are saying in these organizations. Next slide, please. Now, as a set of principles, it's to be mentioned that this obsession that we have to quickly come up with rules to prevent unilateral measures may result in rules which will not be accepted by anybody and the whole structure may collapse. It's important that developing countries can engage, have buy-in, can really, the rules reflect their interests, because then they will have longer shelf life, even if that takes time. This should be translated into the design of the Amount Multilateral Convention. It's very important that the corporations who are trying very hard to put anything and everything under the definition of unilateral measures, that is avoided. And it should not be a straitjacket. It should be something which can change easily, which can learn from experience. And that will give developing countries some confidence to even think of joining it. And these unfair modifications, such as withholding taxes being adjusted into Amount A, or trying to have a sweeping definition of what are the unilateral measures, these should be really removed. And as a reminder, the humiliating defeat of developed countries in the UN General Assembly, it can and it most likely will be repeated if this sort of thing is pushed relentlessly down their throats to accept something which is really seen as quite unfair. Next slide, please. Now, the inclusive framework is not the be-all and end-all of international tax governance. You have opportunities outside as well. One of them being the possibility of a UN tax convention, which has opened up. And this is really a way to have genuine universal international tax governance. And one possible structure has been outlined by Saul Picciotto and myself, which I've put the link and can be referred to later on. But I would like to, in the interest of time, also highlight another important development, which is that of a UN multilateral instrument. So this is being developed by the UN Tax Committee. It's similar to the BEPS MLI. And the idea is to really take the developing country friendly provisions of the UN Model Convention, like Article 12A, fees on technical services, Article 12B, income from automated digital services, the subject to tax rule, and so on, and quickly put them into lots of bilateral tax treaties without having to renegotiate them individually. This would also actually create a UN tax convention, because like the MLI, it has to be signed and ratified by countries. It would create a conference of parties, which would end up being an intergovernmental tax body in its own way, though with a limited mandate. And this is something which I can say has a lot of support from the developing country tax officials. And given the academic and larger audience that we have here, also need support from civil society. So with that, I'll stop for now and give my thanks once again to Arman Suranjali for this opportunity. And I'm happy to provide more details in the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Abdul. And thank you so much for all presentations. I think that it gives 3 views. And what I think also, perhaps if you want to raise your hand or just raise a question in the chat will be welcome. But let me start the discussion with 5 challenges or 5 points that I see in global tax governance. And one of the things that we see is that, first of all, there are challenges in the governance of the inclusive framework, and some of them have been already addressed by the G20 report that Ben kindly mentioned, and also some of these challenges also by the South Center. And one of the things that perhaps we can think about it, and that is also my question to the panelists, is what needs to be changed in the governance of the BEPS inclusive framework to make it sustainable for the people who participate in the BEPS inclusive framework, for the countries who are represented in the BEPS inclusive framework, to make it effective so that the decisions, the voice is being heard, but at the same time, the political choices that need to be made are also being made, so effective in all ways, but also to make it legitimate. Because it is clear that the UN Convention didn't come out of the blue. And it is clear also that there are some unsatisfaction of developing countries. And it is clear that there is challenges in this governance of the BEPS inclusive framework. So I will ask perhaps the panelists to reflect very quickly on that. But also looking at 2 things that we have also discussed in our project. And the first one is, I wrote an article on the output legitimacy deficits of the BEPS project, where was also being quoted by Martin Herson in the article. And one of the things that is always difficult to get is what is this of BEPS for on the BEPS for minimum standards for developing countries. So for instance, in terms of numbers, we know that, for instance, the country by country reporting, but it is very difficult to get numbers. What are the benefits? And I think that Merrick has shown that even though the preferential tax regimes and the harmful tax practices was a challenge, it still works. So perhaps we can share also more this experience. And I'm trying to be here kind of an advocate between all parties, because I do think that the work that the OECD has developed and has carried out is important and has been already changing a lot the role. But at the same time, we need to hear what the developing countries are saying. And the UN Convention is a good reflection of that. So then we also see the changing of the peer review system, because I think that sometimes we really forget that there is a review by the peers in the BEPS for minimum standards. And I think that in that case, also the peer review could also help to countries to understand each other. Other question that I'm just throwing up some questions until I see that raise a hand, but I'm throwing up some questions also for you to react on that. You may feel to react on 1 or 2 of them. One of the things that Mary mentioned that I thought was very interesting is about the regulatory assessment, because one thing is when you have the tax administration, but then you need to go and say, okay, Minister of Finance, Parliament, or Congress, what do I need to do? And having a kind of a measure of an assessment of trying to figure out how these BEPS and any other measures will influence the budget, the finance, and so forth will be important. And one of the things that we also think, and we cannot forget about it, is that, and what we see right now is a dispute resolution. So there is still a lot of countries that are very low in dispute resolution systems. And that's the reason why the BEPS Action 14 was to some extent deferred for some developing countries, but they will become, and there is always about the complexity, the dispute resolution. So is there anything within that? And my final question is also the UN needs coordination, because we have the UN Tax Committee, we have the FATI panel, we have the UNDP, now we have UNDESA, with part of the UN Tax Committee, but has been the UN Tax Committee involved in all this discussion of the resolution. So I think the challenges are a lot, but also make it very interesting, because this is also the task for us. So I will just perhaps give the word to Ben, and then after I will go to, if you don't mind, Mary, I will go to Abdul, and then Mary, you will conclude. Ben, please go ahead. You may answer 1, 2, whatever you feel like. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are huge challenges, because international taxation is complex, and big companies are complex, and it is naive to say that there are going to be highly simplistic solutions to any of these problems. And just, I mean, reflecting on what both Marie and Abdul have said, I mean, Marie is best placed to comment on Abdul's overview of the inclusive framework and what's wrong with it. But let me comment on a couple of things. I mean, the Secretariat role is to facilitate a discussion amongst countries, and though obviously you get 140 different views which need to be mediated. So yeah, of course there is a facilitating role. It's not correct to say that the Secretariat working on BEPS is drawn from the so-called rich countries. There's a derogation that has been agreed, so that's why we have Africans and Asians and Latin Americans working in the Secretariat on all of this work, drawn from the Inclusive Framework membership countries, so that's not right. The other thing to comment on is the legal basis. I mean, this it may not be straightforward, but the legal basis is that the Inclusive Framework sits as the OECD Tax Committee in the format of the Inclusive Framework, and there's plenty of material online, which, if it's not clear, I'm sure we can offer some clarifications. But of course, I mean, Abdul is right to say that developing countries have frustrations. I mean, this is what you get when you have a debate about the reallocation of taxing rights and about dividing up a cake. There are frustrations at all levels, and there are frustrations amongst all countries. So that is, I guess, that is just par for the course. Yeah, I mean, I'll let Marie comment on the other points made by Abdul. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. So let me give the word then to Marie, and then I give the word to Abdul. Marie, please go ahead.
So, okay, thank you again. And so I want to be starting point a bit fun, because frustration, I think, is a word for everything when it is all our people are frustrated. Georgia, I think this is also a sense of around the world. I want to say that I don't praise the OECD, but I'm speaking from the facts. And so the fact was our deep involvement and our really appreciation what we get benefited. So it was not only OECD, but it was only up to the countries. And in our case, it was Georgia's active involvement in that. And so I can't say that we feel frustrated for sure, but I want just a bit to speak about UN, what we are speaking about. I'm now not in a position, to be honest, to evaluate this, because despite the fact that I have 10 years working experience in international taxes, I never crossed the UN and not UN tax committees. That's why I'm a bit in a difficult position now to evaluate that it should be really positive for all developing countries, and how we will really get benefits with these works. And that's why now I have the facts what we are speaking with our cooperation, but with OECD. But now I want to concentrate on, it's not only for developing countries. Everyone should have the mind that it's not only international tax agenda, we will have our own domestic agenda as well. And in our domestic agenda, I see what is the shifting of the priorities. And it's 10 years, I mentioned that preferential tax regimes was very beneficial. Now we have changed position, and maybe we felt a bit frustrated when 5 years ago FHTP gave us recommendation, but now we really get economic effect from the international companies. It is already assessed under the new standard, what I already mentioned, and a lot of company already got status of that, and so in our economy it makes very positive effect. And so this is only one issue, but there are also another issues, and I want to address what is the main concern in our case. This is also tax incentives. It was mentioned, and to see the back in policy of my country, so we started giving a lot of tax incentives, but now it's starting the time for Georgia to evaluate all tax incentives. So we started this work with IMF 2 years. We worked very hardly with them, and first time we are sending a tax expenditure reports to Parliament. It will be sent tomorrow. But I also want to mention here that OECD is going to start new programs, new induction programs upcoming year, next year, to be exactly about that. And so we are starting once again to evaluate our tax incentives and then to present our minister and our government and what is not necessary and had very negative impact on our country, our economy. So we are going also to remove or to abolish these tax incentives. So this is only about tax incentives. OECD again
Mary,
proposed
I interrupt you one second because I do not want to cut you out because I want to hear your views, but I promise Ben that we will finish on time.
I want
to
just sum up. Yes, because there was posed a lot of questions, but so I'm just summing up as you posed the questions, maybe the dispute resolution, etc., etc. And so sometimes this is also the background of the countries, because we are, for example, the countries we have no MAP cases, and this is not the fault, not Georgia, not OECD, but this is not fault for everyone. Maybe it's fault for taxpayers because we don't have any MAP cases, but still we are in the line to implement these PEPs. MAP tax resolution, and sometimes you don't. So what countries have and other countries have challenges, this is not a challenge for other countries, and that's why what I see to see back to the 10 years policy, because I'm directly involved in the 10 years in my country's policy, priorities are absolutely shifted, domestic priorities, international priorities, and you should have to align and to be this, because now when COVID also impacted so much in our economies, we are facing fiscal deficit and so increasing on debt, etc., and we should be to implement the measures to protect our tax base one hand, and also this should have positively impact in our economy, so in all countries' economy. So I wanted to have much time, but sorry, there is no time.
No worries.
Maybe I don't.
Because the questions are more for us to try to think about it, and I think there is so much to be done on this, and I don't want to take so much of your time because I know we have also other presentations, but Abdul, if you could just please address one of the two questions very quickly, and then we will finish with some concluding remarks. I'm sorry, it will take like 2 or 3 minutes more, but hopefully we will not take so much of the break. Please, Abdul.
Yeah, so I just have 3 points to make. One is a comment, the second is a question, both for Ben. So the comment is really appreciation for the work the OECD has done, really, especially in the 2-pillar solution. It's created new ground and has formed the basis of a new architecture of international tax. And my comments are to be seen in a constructive spirit. The question is, since our job support delegates in these negotiations, if there are any links through which we can find out more details on how these decisions are made, and you could share them, if not here, then directly, that would be very helpful so we can better support developing countries in these negotiations. The third point is on the structure of the UN convention, which Saul and me kind of came up with. And what our basic idea was, the inclusive framework is really accountable I mean, ideally to the plenary, but in practice to the G20 and the OECD countries, that's whom they really report to. So what we provided was, you have something like a conference of parties where all the countries in the world are represented, and they can provide general supervision to the existing international tax institutions, which are the Inclusive Framework, the Global Forum, and the UN Tax Committee. So there is some rationalization of the functioning of all these actors, because there really is quite a mess right now. And that was the gist of our idea. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you so much, Abdul. I think that Ben, for perhaps one final remark, if you want to reply to one of the questions, and then we will have some concluding remarks.
Yeah, I mean, the next few years are obviously going to be really interesting. And I mean, I appreciate what Abdul has said last. And I think what would be useful is to know is the UN Tax Committee of Experts. That clearly plays a very important role, and there's overlapping membership of key players in the inclusive framework and in the UN, and I think they will have a very important role going forward as we try and make sense of the new architecture. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that this has been really, really interesting. And I think that we will make the recording also available. I don't know. We will also have another panel on the new frontiers of international taxation. Now we will have one presentation on dispute resolution together with Julian Chase on a topic that combines tax, trade, and investment. Thank you so much to Ben, to Mary, and to Abdul, and to everyone, but also all of you to be here for this panel. It has been a wonderful panel, and thank you so much. We will have 4 minutes break for a very quick coffee, and then we will be back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Session, because it looks at an issue which is emerging as a major issue amongst tax experts, and has so long been the expertise of investment treaty experts. For this session, I invite Professor Julian Chase. He's a professor of law at City University of Hong Kong. As discussants, we have Jerome Monsenego, professor of international tax law at Stockholm University, and Mr. Chetan Rao, who is a director at the Foreign Taxes and Tax Research Division at the Ministry of Finance in India. Julian, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Let me begin by thanking Professor Suranjali Tandon, as well as colleagues from the Global Tax Symposium for the kind invitation to speak today and hosting me the occasion. So I must say I've been attending many sessions since yesterday, and it's a really fantastic program, which helps a lot catching up and understanding worldwide tax development. So I believe this year's symposium addresses a set of very important topics, and I'm delighted to participate, to share with you some reflections on the interactions and relationships between public international law and tax disputes resolution. Before I start, I just want to address a very simple question, which is, why is this an important topic? I think in a nutshell that the theme I'm going to address is important because it reflects the growing recognition of the power and importance of international courts and tribunals in international tax policy, and also the vital role international taxation plays in shaping global economic governance. As you know, formally international tax disputes are between tax authorities of two different countries, and they result from differing interpretations of the provisions of a tax treaty between the two countries. Now, these international tax disputes mainly affect taxpayers with cross-border economic activities and usually multinational enterprises. So at the outset, I have to mention that my presentation is not a brand new paper, but it draws on the paper and a special issue that I recently co-edited with my colleague and nevertheless friend, Irma Mosquera. You see here the 6 papers in this special issue, which are all available online since September 2022, and are all available on open access, so for free. That being said, the work on the question is still ongoing, and Irma and I will continue researching the interactions between public international law and taxation. So today I'll try to summarize some of our key findings. If you find things are good, it's because of Irma. If there is anything wrong or incomplete, I take responsibility for that. So look, I think the point of departure for us is that over the past 10 years, the number of new MAP cases has considerably increased, and the number of outstanding cases has more than doubled. In fact, we observe that cases are taking longer to resolve. It also seems that most cases concern the allocation of profits of corporations among different taxing jurisdictions. So for these reasons, the resolution of tax-related disputes between jurisdictions, I would say, feels like an unreachable goal in today's climate of complex audits and long mutual agreement procedures. Of course, BEPS Action 14 is important because it seeks to improve how cross-border tax disputes are resolved between jurisdictions, but it has not yet delivered on its promise. So rather than quickening the process, we see that the length of time to conclude the MAP has increased for transfer pricing matters, and that's according to the latest OECD statistics. Also, because it seems that some corporations are choosing not to use MAP or arbitration, it is too early to know whether the BEPS minimum standards in Action 14 are operating effectively. So there are really many challenges for international tax disputes resolution. In fact, the central idea that this webinar and the summary of our work will discuss from various perspectives is that controversies rise across the world, and so does the need for effective dispute resolution mechanisms, especially across borders. In fact, we think that there is probably a triple need when we look at what's happening in terms of dispute resolution. First, there is a need to better understand how non-tax courts and tribunals handle tax disputes. Number two, there is a need to better understand whether non-tax courts and tribunals create solutions or problems for international taxation. And in this respect, we are interested in understanding whether there exists some kind of dialogue, actual or potential, among international courts and tribunals on increasing tax disputes. And there is a third problem, a third issue, which is that there is also a need to understand whether a more effective international tax dispute resolution mechanism is possible, and whether such a mechanism could take inspiration from, say, in investment arbitration or and WTO or and the European Court of Justice and so on. So that's really three needs which have acted a bit like driving forces in our research and led to some, I think, important observation. The first one is that the expansion of international tax law, something that's been discussed at will since yesterday and by many other colleagues. So the expansion of tax law has resulted in the emergence of a new paradigm in the relationship between international taxation and international law, broadly defined. And that affects the substantive rules and the way to address judicial disputes in international taxation. So this new normative paradigm is what I want to focus on today. I will address two main points. Firstly, there are changes in the normative relationship between taxation and international law, including the role of new actors and multilateralism in taxation. And secondly, there are changes in this relationship in respect of international tax disputes. So that's two very important ideas that I'm going to unpack. The first thing I need to look at is how there is an influence of public international law on international tax law or taxation. So in brief, what we observe is that there are many origins and types of influence of public international law on international taxation. First, we have the double taxation treaties that have been developed for decades in order to prevent the income or wealth of natural persons or legal persons fulfilling certain criteria of attachment abroad from being twice or doubly subject to the tax. And these taxation treaties, these DTTs, are therefore an important element in the promotion of economic activities on the international sphere. The aim is to solve a number of problems which are highly harmful to the world economy. And on top of this, as you know, many model tax treaties have been initiated within the framework of organizations such as the OECD and the UN. So whether we look at DTTs or the model treaties, I think that in essence, states have laid the foundations for a cooperative environment which should promote the intensification of international exchanges that are conducive to growth and development. Number two, despite a certain a priori imprecision compared to treaty law, international custom also constitute a set of very important rules of international law. And the role of customary international law has a great potential for international taxation because of the I would say the relative low number of taxation treaties. In fact, states tax relationships are quantitatively more regulated by custom than DTTs. So the topic of taxation as customary international law is something that's been addressed in the early 2000s by tax scholars such as Aviona, with some dissenting opinions at the time. But more recently, this relationship has been revisited by tax scholars, mainly due to the introduction of the standard of exchange of information and the BEPS project minimum standards. These standards are, in principle, regarded as soft law. However, countries are implementing and incorporating these standards in their domestic laws and tax treaties. The other point, or the counterpoint, is to look at the influence of tax law on public international law. Again, quickly, I would highlight the fact that the impact of taxation on public international law is probably an understudied issue, despite the rapid growth and spread of business operations to many states. This discussion becomes even more crucial as presently the international taxation framework does not fully account for the digital economy. And I think that here, the three issues you see here are really very important. Firstly, the emergence of the digital economy is posing fundamental challenges to taxation. That is because the regulatory foundations of taxation it presupposes a permanent establishment, so a physical presence to levy taxes on business profits, whereas in sharp contrast, the digital economy promotes sellers of goods or services to reach out an ever-increasing volume of buyers without any need of physical interactions and without the need to have any presence. So in short, the digital economy is developing with the paradigm of borderless trade and a number of other features. I'm thinking of taxpayers' identity, national tax status, and a bunch of other things, which all basically call for a redefinition of international taxation. So as you know, the OECD has spearheaded the reflection and work to modernize tax rules in light of the digital economy and with the important milestones of the BEPS in 2013 and the action plan in 2015. Number two, I also believe important to highlight the objective of the OECD while discussing the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 proposals, which is to reach a global consensus on the revisions to be made to the international tax system. And these two pillars represent a fundamental reform of the entire tax system and could increase taxes and fees collected by administration from multinational enterprises. However, this consensus has many obstacles, mainly due to the introduction of the DST by a number of countries and some other developments. So I said there are 3 points. So thirdly is the issue of harmful tax practices. And it's because all BEPS actions, the regulatory objective to tame effectively harmful tax practices has considerable relevance for international law because it calls for taking transparency and substance into account. So Action 5 will have deep normative ramifications, both on domestic tax law and international law, because it fundamentally requires overhauling the work on harmful tax practices through the priority given to the improvement of transparency. So overall, I believe that international tax law is a field which can no more be ignored or avoided by public international lawyers, looking at the global integration and expansion of businesses over multiple nations. In fact, international taxation is the need of the hour and is a major part of and influences public international law, along with other areas of law, trade, investments, and so on, to which I already alluded to. So the modern era of international tax law and dispute resolution fundamentally requires multiple courts and multiple tribunals to get engaged in, so to speak, pure and tax-related disputes resolution. I'll be brief on this as more colleagues in attendance are tax lawyers and tax experts, and they will be familiar with the issue. But of course, there is a point that needs to be addressed, which is how tax disputes are currently solved under tax treaties. Very briefly, and in a few words, tax treaties introduced MAP, which establishes an individual right to raise a dispute. However, the regime lacks certain bright line rules to solve tax disputes. And this leads to a lack of identified source for international tax lawmaking and mechanisms for investment. As envisioned under BEPS and its action plan, the MLI, which also was discussed, was adopted to allow countries to introduce substantial changes to complete and improve agreements contained in DTTs. So they introduced MAP, which establishes such a right, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And in the meantime, we observe the rise of tax dispute or tax-related disputes brought to a number of non-tax tribunals. I'm going to unpack that before concluding. First, what I would call the internationalization of taxation has led to multi-dimensional conflicts, which involve tax holidays, tax avoidance, transfer pricing, and prominently the Foreign Sales Corporation, or FSC, big dispute between EU and US before the WTO. You also have the internationalization of taxation through the use of DTTs, which has evaporated taxation agreements from within multiple other non-tax related treaties like the European Convention on Human Rights. So it means that tax measures have the potential to interfere with traders, foreign investors, while at the same time, they enhance the socioeconomic rights of the middle class. So there may also be intersections with the state's foreign relations and obligations under general international law. For instance, within the WTO, the restrictions on tariffs and internal taxes are meant to restrict unjustified, undue advantages to domestic products. So these treaty regimes are increasingly connected within the larger domain of taxation. And so, therefore, international courts and tribunals that derive their power from within the scope of such treaties function as a means to settle the disputes arising thereof. And so at the end, the settlement of tax disputes by non-tax tribunals, again, investments, arbitration, WTO, and so on, that's a phenomenon which we believe should also be addressed jointly by tax and international law scholars, because the outcome of these disputes may have consequences for international taxation and public international. Now, coming to my conclusion, I think it becomes clear that international taxation is evolving as a dynamic field of public international law. More could be discussed by the lawyers involved in international law, the consequences of taxation developments. More could be done, should be done. And therefore, there is a gap, certain gap to be fixed between the two disciplines that we can quickly say on the one hand, pure tax law, whatever that means, on the other hand, pure international law. And the existing gap is something that Emma and I are very interested about, but we are not the only one, because the International Law Association study group on taxation has begun to has also identified this gap some time ago. So two main concluding remarks, and I close. Point number one, I think that the normative expansion of tax law really creates new challenges for trade, investments, and many branches of international law. Don't get me wrong, what's happening in the tax world is exciting, is needed, and got to be supported. But that creates some form of disruption. The main challenge is really to allow taxation to cope with the increasing digitalization of the global economy while maintaining the integrity of the international legal order. And in addition, some tax disputes are now being addressed not only from a tax law perspective, but also from a trade and investment perspective, which is problematic. And I think we can come back in the Q&A. The second point, and the last point, is that the introduction of the MLI aims to modify the current scenario. And the MLI may result in further new challenges for public international law regarding tax dispute mechanism. And there is a risk of mismatch. The mismatches may also result in a fragmentation of international law or international tax disputes that will really require greater attention on the part of international public law scholars. All right, thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your presentation. Now I invite Professor Giraud to make his comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to the authors of the paper, and especially to Irma, who's been up almost the whole night. The sun will soon rise in New York, so thank you for that. The article is very interesting, and it addresses a topic that is potentially underestimated. And to comment on that paper, I will follow the line of arguments of the author. So I will look first into the expansion of international tax law that is the reason for those issues. I will then continue by discussing to what extent that is a problem, and finally discuss a little bit the solutions or the way forward. So to start with, I agree with your observation, which is that international tax law has expanded a lot, and that this would create issues both with public international law and with other disciplines. And why is that? Well, international tax law has obviously made that journey in order to address certain very important goals and purposes. During the first BEPS project, we've been working on addressing tax avoidance, double non-taxation. Now we're looking into preventing and potentially even providing remedies to harmful tax practices. We're also looking into how to reallocate taxing rights when companies are providing digital services or are selling a lot without having that physical presence, and thus without having a physical link. So what we've been doing is basically expanding those taxing rights. So of course that comes at the cost of potentially eroding the tax sovereignty of the countries that lose some taxing rights or that see their taxing rights being infringed on by other countries. So it's not surprising that we have these conflicts. We also have, as you said, growing number of tax disputes being addressed in non-tax contexts. That will probably increase as well. So I think I totally agree with this as a starting point. Now, to what extent is that a problem? Well, I would say that there are arguments in both directions. I agree with the fact that the argument has been made that those expanded taxing rights in certain cases constitute extraterritorial taxation. The argument has been made. It's a fact. We also have conflicts with other disciplines, and it's a fact that we have tax disputes being settled outside the field of tax courts or the traditional tax treaty dispute mechanisms. And that, of course, raises some issues when technical tax questions need to be dealt with by people who may not be tax experts. But on the other hand, one could also say that those claims when it comes to extraterritorial taxation, although they do exist, they have not been found as being incompatible with public international law, be it on a domestic level by domestic courts or on an international level by an international court. The argument has been made that we may have customary international tax law that would provide some limits, some boundaries to taxing rights. That argument is indeed has been made at several occasions, but on the other hand, it has not really been recognized. And I would say that custom is also something that may be dynamic. It may evolve, especially when we have tax norms being discussed, potentially even adopted in a multilateral context. Then how to argue that what you're doing is in contradiction with the customary international tax law when it has precisely been discussed in this inclusive or multilateral context. So it contradicts the idea of custom. So we have arguments in, I would say, in different directions, but what's for sure is that we have a growing conscience about those issues. And I would say that even if they may not be hard issues, if they remain soft issues, for example, if we have conflict with public international law without that being really ruled by courts, even if the conflict is just on a soft level, so to speak, it is still problematic. Why? Well, because I think, as you also said in your presentation and wrote in the paper, we do have tensions, trade tensions. I think those conflicts erode the legitimacy of maybe different disciplines, certainly in the field of tax, but maybe in other fields as well. Maybe if we do not act, that might give the feeling that countries could have jurisdiction in an exercise jurisdiction in this extraterritorial manner, perhaps a feeling that the first who acts or the one who acts in the most aggressive manner does that in a legit manner, may be able to do that. So that erodes the legitimacy, that erodes the global consensus that we need to reach, because I think we do face global issues that need global solutions. So we need to address those issues in a legitimate manner. And of course, we've been talking a lot about corporate income tax, but I'm thinking also of other fields, not the least environmental taxes, carbon pricing, which are the big issues for the near future. They will need to be addressed in a global manner, and they might at least also raise those cross-disciplines issues. So we do need to address those issues. Unfortunately, it's not easy. Why? Because on the one hand, I would say that for domestic courts, it's not easy to set aside domestic rules or tax treaty rules on the basis of other provisions, be it non-tax provisions or even public international law. It's difficult for domestic judge to do that when the domestic rules or the treaty rules have passed before Parliament. So they have to apply those rules in the first place. So it's not easy. Second point is that those different disciplines, they are not always well connected. They evolve in parallel. At some points, you do have connections between them, but this is not systematic. So how to move forward? We certainly need to discuss in multilateral contexts. We need to develop bridges, be it soft bridges, that's what we're doing now, or harder bridges, which could be those connections between the disciplines. Sometimes we see priorities being acknowledged in certain areas, like you may have in trade, in the field of trade law, you may have a priority given to tax law, an exception acknowledged for in the field of taxes. So I think we need to build those bridges in order to ensure that our work is legitimate. So maybe to finish, I would perhaps ask just two questions to the authors. One is about the forums where to discuss those issues, if they also agree with this idea of building bridges. And second, how they see on the role of domestic judges when they're exposed to those questions, be it with public international law or other disciplines, how to deal with those conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jerome. A lot of food for thought there. I want to invite Mr. Chetan Rao now to make his comments.
Thank you, Suranjali. I hope I'm audible. And yeah, to start with, I'll just make that the comments I'm making are my personal and they do not represent the comments of my organization. And to begin with, I'll thank you, Professor Julian, for this article and also for the presentation. And I agree with you, the points that you have raised are quite pertinent and are quite important, especially the fact that the international tax law is growing at a rapid pace, and this growth is interacting with the existing body of the public international law. So I'll just divide my comments into, I'll talk about the growing multilateralism and about the relationship between the international tax law and the public international law, and how tax is entering the investment related disputes. And while concluding, I'll take up two major things of the recent developments, which is Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, and how they could also interact with the existing body of public international law, and what could be the likely solutions. So to begin with, as the authors have detailed in the paper about the normative expansion of international taxation, which is quite true, and this multilateralism has evolved over the time, and given the fact that now there are various forums and there are various platforms where the discussions are taking place, and we had a discussion on BEPS, in which though there was a limited number of countries, and which further expanded to the OECD G20 inclusive framework, which has around 141 members. And parallelly, there's another forum, which is the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information, which was restructured in 2009 after the financial crisis, and now it has more than 157 members. And both of these bodies are setting standards in international tax law. And to top it up, now we have the UN General Assembly resolution on tax matters. So we do expect in future that this growing area of international tax law will further grow. And how I see it is that the relationship between international tax law and the public international law was always there. And because like VCLT was always used as an interpretation aid for tax treaties, and that too also while how do you interpret a treaty, and even not only in it's been used in all international domestic courts, and especially I've seen in India, because in a lot of courts the VCLT has a reference, and this relationship is likely to grow, especially with the growing alphabet soup in international tax landscape. We had the MLI, we have now the coming MLC, we have IIRR, UTPR, STTR, and the list grows on and on and on. So we expect this interaction to grow more, and I believe you would also have to write a second version of your article. So coming to the topic of tax in investment related disputes, which you have referred in your article, I would like to say that we also need to go into reasons of why this came. Because if you see that many times there are developing countries involved, and many times there are developed countries also involved in such disputes, in these investor disputes. And if you look at it, because the initial models of the bilateral investment treaties did not talk about explicit exclusions, because it was thought that yes, they are excluded because you have the double taxation treaties. And I do also say, because there are different views on this, whether the explicit or implicit exclusion should be there. So there are different views. But if you see that those views have evolved over the time, and the tribunals gave judgments on it, and the interesting part is that most of the treaties the bilateral investment treaties had been signed. So you really just can't come back, and nobody thought that this would be there. So most of the reliance for tax disputes was the DTAs. So is it by accident or by the incomplete design of the current architecture of DTAs that tax came into investment-related disputes is something what we can think about. And just like Professor Julian, you referred to the fact that it is important to see how investment panels have handled tax disputes, because as far as my reading goes, that tax panels have not handled the tax disputes in a way probably tax experts would have handled, because they would like to see it from a different lens, and that lens would be a trade or an investment lens. But there are tax dimensions. Probably I have seen a couple of judgments in which there are stark cases of double non-taxation, but the arbitration panel goes in a total different direction and totally ignores it. So these are issues which need to be thought upon. And growing with this is the fact that with multilateralism, a lot of new platforms are coming for resolution of tax disputes. One of the platform that you have mentioned in your article is that with the BEPS, the part 6 of the MLI came, which gave an option for arbitration. So out of now there are nearly 100 countries that are signatories to the MLI. Only around 30 countries actually chose that mechanism, and there are reasons why. So because tax arbitration in tax matters is still a taboo for many countries, and even India holds the same position now. And there are a lot of issues behind it, not only sovereignty issues, but there are legacy issues, and there are even cultural issues behind it. And though the arbitration in the MLI was an optional provision, how it has impacted tax disputes is also a big question, because whenever you look at it, a lot of you don't have actually figures about it, how it has really impacted, but the anecdotal comments say that what happens is that if you have that arbitration in your treaty, the competent authorities try to speed up MAP. So which there's nothing to back it, but it's still, whether it's true or not, or probably due to lack of any numbers or empirical evidence, that thing is there. So having said that with the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of economy, the tax landscape has really changed, and especially if you look at Pillar 1. So Pillar 1 does not focus exactly the mechanism, the tax certainty mechanism in it does not exactly focus on tax dispute resolution. Rather, it focuses on a preventive mechanism. So it's type of an early certainty mechanism. So what you do is you have 2 layers of the panels, the review panel and the determination panel. The composition is still an open question. So these panels will, before any dispute arises, they will settle it. So they will study it. They'll study the whatever the common documentation is filed by the company, and they will go into it. And whatever questions that arises, they will resolve it beforehand before the dispute arises. So I believe that this is a very positive development because it will help in giving a balance for the sovereignty, because everybody will have a say, and also it will serve the tax certainty. It will give tax certainty to the multi MNE, and plus, more important, that it will create an environment of trust gradually as the system evolves. However, this is still on the drawing board, and once it eventually comes, then only we can say how would it work. But these are certain advantages which I see. The second part of the tax certainty mechanism is disputes that are related to Mount A. So these disputes are those which are already there, say in MAP, or are arising, and these relate to those in-scope companies and can impact the amount A. So these are also included, and for that is the extended dispute resolution mechanism, in which there'll be that if within a certain given of time, which is 2 years, if the MAP is not resolved, then the company has this opportunity to invoke a dispute resolution panel. So what the composition of the panel is still an open question. So, but then that panel will be able to resolve the disputes. And here also the way the mechanism is defined is type of a baseball mechanism, or the last best offer, in which the two competent authorities will be giving their position, and they will have another round in which they can file a rebuttal or change their position, and then the panel has to choose which is the best out of the two positions that have been given. And after the panel has given its decision, the competent authorities still have around 6 months to change their position. So this is how it's been designed. And now coming to the impact of two-pillar solution, and this is given the fact on, especially on the current sovereign obligations, it is really, it is something which we'll see how this space evolves. And this is especially when the focus of Pillar 2 is to reduce the global tax competition. So the implications of reduction of this tax competition would be that some countries would have to roll back their tax incentives if they don't want their taxing power to go to where the MNE headquartered jurisdiction. So, and the rolling back of tax incentives could arise friction in already codified international obligations under other conventions that a jurisdiction can have. So in this regard, everybody can recall the Romania versus the Mikula brother case, which was when the Romania was to go to join the EU. So they had to roll back some incentives, and we all know what happened. So this is one area. And the second area which I feel is that presently, because the fact that globe rules is structured in the form of a common approach. So what would be, if there are difference in interpretations of the rules, what will be the mechanism for resolving them? Because there is no dispute resolution mechanism in the globe rules. So this is something which is an open question on which states needs to deliberate of. Probably another multilateral instrument is the way out. So we'll have another because we already have MLI, so we'll have another acronym for this. So let's see how this space evolves. But these are interesting times, and these are also times in which there are many questions that do arise, that how do the growing field of international tax law and public international law interact with each other, and even the tax experts have to consider the implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. As a chair, Julian, I'm going to take some advantage of that, I'm going to ask you a question, something that's been troubling me for quite some time, which is that the whole issue of tax avoidance itself is a normative issue. And how do you reconcile that with public international law, in the sense to say that all the articles that are within bilateral investment treaties impose certain standards on tax departments, but what happens to the standards on tax avoidance that are not applied to the investor while looking at the case? So do you see that it's not looked at holistically? So that's my question to you. Would you like to respond first, Julian, to the commenters, or would you like to also receive the questions that have been posed in the chat box?
I'll be happy. Thank you, Suranjali. I'll be happy to collect all the questions, and then I can arrange my answers, by group or try to find a logical order as possible.
Perfect. So there's one question which talks about how do you explain the trend in increasing number of investment disputes dealing with tax matters? So, what will explain that trend, and what protections and remedies does investment arbitration offer? The second question for you is that there are exceptions now in investment treaties which prevent tax disputes going through that channel. So your comments on these exceptions as a backstop to disputes going through the investment treaty arbitration. And the last one is, how do you recognize the relationship between tax and trade? So a lot of questions for you, Julian.
Well, thank you. It's all very interesting questions. And first of all, I'd like to thank Jérôme and Chetan for their very good comments and also questions. Look, I think I can start with that question about the trying to explain the trend towards more investment disputes dealing with tax matters, because I think it's part of the problem Irma and I try to understand and address in this paper. Why? I think there are multiple reasons, but I would start by saying that whatever the many reasons, I'll come back on that in a second, the fundamental issue is that investment treaties were never designed to regulate tax matters. So the multiplication of tax disputes before investment tribunals is something that has come as a solution by default. I think it's Chetan who used this distinction by design, by default, which I find very relevant to begin approaching the problem. Because, yeah, one could also argue that after all, there is nothing wrong. If investment tribunals get more claims, they entertain more, they will manage more disputes, whatever the nature. But there is something which is problematic with this. For instance, investment tribunals are not for sure equipped to deal with very diverse tax problems. So we cannot make the list here of all the tax disputes that led to investment decisions, but you have a great diversity of taxes or tax reforms that led to these disputes, with VAT, corporate tax, tax audit, tax investigations, where you have a bunch of different domestic tax measures that led to investment disputes. That's point one, to explain the trend. Point number two, I think, would be that, let's speak frankly, if you compare MAP and ISDS, you see the MAP weaknesses. ISDS allow a foreign investor to take the initiative to file a complaint against a sovereign state. So that's something that you cannot see in MAP. So to some extent, it's very likely that investment dispute resolution offered and still offers a kind of shortcut to foreign investors. They have a problem, they can handle it and decide when to elevate the disputes before arbitration. And because of the many rules of investment arbitration, the claimant will remain in control in appointing the arbitrators until the end of the procedures. And the third reason I think that may explain the proliferation of tax or tax-related disputes before investment tribunals, the investment treaties themselves, they offer rather strong protections. And here there would be a lot to be said as for the many expensive interpretations developed by tribunals over the past 20 years. So to make it very short, 20 years ago, investment treaties were made of a few standards, national treatment, MFN, export operation. But in 20 years, additional standards have emerged and be given a very broad scope of application. And here I think, for instance, of the fair and equitable treatment. It was nothing in 2000, 2001. It has become a major protection. And it allows many claims to succeed. And so I think, yeah, these three elements that come to my mind may explain why we have Cairns versus India, Vodafone, but many other cases which I think have gone a bit unnoticed in the field of tax law. Many people didn't pay attention to all these investment disputes, which in a sense were addressing domestic tax issues or tax problems. So that's where we stand. Well, it's a quick answer, so perhaps I miss a few points. There would be certainly many more things to say about investment standards, but yeah, to summarize, investment regime offers a kind of shortcut to foreign companies. They have the control on the proceedings, and they have an abundance of investment protections that allow them to contest, to challenge many domestic tax measures or tax reforms. Okay, that's what we have been observing again and again. And the fundamental problem is not the succession or multiplication of these disputes. I think the fundamental problem is the risk that investment treaties and also WTO could at some point become obstacle to the many tax reforms that the world is calling for. That's the big thing. Whether there'll be 2 more, 10 or 20 more investment disputes or WTO disputes touching upon tax could be seen as some accidents or some question of opportunities on the part of certain parties. But fundamentally, this could become a more systemic problem. And I think that's something that cannot be underestimated. Just a clarification while I'm saying that, I'm not saying that there is a blunt normative contradiction between tax investment or tax and trade. They can be reconciled. But the fundamental problem will be how a number of domestic tax reforms are implemented. And the how is something which will resonate in the mind of many trade or investment lawyers, because they may think about national treatment, fair and equitable treatment, and they will understand that how certain domestic legal reforms are conducted can be characterized as a breach of a number of investment or trade treaty provisions. So that's this how, which is a bit problematic. So I think I've addressed the first 2 questions. The other one on exceptions, yeah, that's a good one. And I see it comes from the Attorney General, so I need to be very careful about my answer. Yeah, there are exceptions in trade and investment treaties. I need to make it short. Here we cover WTO, free trade agreements, investment treaties, or even investment chapters in FTAs. But not all these treaties have the same exceptions on tax. So true, you find some of these treaties that have a general exception on tax matters. So they fully carve out any tax matters from the scope of dispute resolution, which I think is a good solution. It's a way to clearly delineate the lines between these three legal worlds to avoid clashes and various legal strategies. But most treaties, in fact, will have specific exceptions, carving out tax from specific standards. So you can have an exception in certain investment treaties that only carve out MFN and national treatment, that only carve out tax from MFN and national treatment, but not from the other standards. Or you can have treaties that carve out fair and equitable treatments, that carve out taxation from fair and equitable treatment only. So there have been some research on that, and in short, you find at least 7 different types of tax exceptions in investment trade treaties, which is very diverse, and which is, I think, problematic in terms of rulemaking, because it shows how difficult it is for policymakers, for diplomats to decide on the best way to deal with tax. If you have so many types of exceptions, it means that there is no consensus as for how to deal with these kind of matters. And the result, the outcome, is thousands of treaties which in fact do not deal in the same way with tax matters. And that complicates things very much. So yeah, to close on that question, that good question of the exceptions, be very, very careful. Sometimes I've discussed with some colleagues where they assume that investment treaties generally carve out tax from their scope of application, which is not true. And that's why there are so many investment disputes dealing with tax matters, right? It's not something amazing. So it's predictable. And my take is that for the time being, it's likely to continue, because when you talk to practicing lawyers in the field of arbitration, they have understood how they can challenge, for instance, certain changes in a special economic zone regime, something that is essentially about tax, how they can bring the matter under investment arbitration. And the same again for a number of domestic tax reforms. I know that many are monitoring the situation, and they know they can use these investment treaties to contest or obtain compensation as a result of these needed tax reforms. Perhaps I can come back to, I think, Jérôme's comments, questions, Suranjali, when he asked how to deal with those conflicts. That's the next step, how to deal. That's a big question, and it's a very good question. I think there is not just one solution. Probably the best way to think about that is in terms of process. And so I would say there are short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. The only way to fix the actual or potential problems does not depend on one institution, and that's not something that can be done overnight. So as for the solutions, I would think of the need for the judges, arbitrators to have better understanding of what they are doing. The trade judges at the WTO, the investment arbitrators should have a better understanding of what's happening in the tax world. Ideally and naively, I think we can wish for that. So adjudicators have a role to play, and I see your message in the chat box. There is also a need to adjust trade and investment treaties. Every day, every month, there are new investment treaties signed. Investment policymakers should be more aware of what's happening in the tax world and the risks posed by investment treaties. And so they should really reflect very much on how to address that. I'm afraid that you still have new treaties concluded almost every month where no attention is paid to taxation. And this is because, that brings us to another problem, the lack of coordination within certain government between two different ministries. the foreign affairs will negotiate investment and trade, while they leave tax to the treasury, to another ministry. So a need also for them on the short term to better talk to each other and to conceive, in my dream, international economic policy as an area which is made of tax, trade, investment that should be approached in a coherent manner. And perhaps I have to address your question very quickly, Suranjali, in 15 seconds. Yeah, you raise a very good point. So tax avoidance, standards on government, but no obligation on investors. But I think here you help me to answer some of the questions I've received. That's a huge problem, and that's the bigger problem of the imbalance of the investment treaty regime, where rights are granted to foreign investors, but they are not submitted to any obligations. So that is something that is gradually being fixed. You see more and more new treaties addressing corporate social responsibility, for instance, but not yet treaties that would impose stringent obligations on foreign investors. But in fact, your question is an argument to say that the question of the investors' obligations is something that should be also addressed by investment treaties as part of the bigger effort to rebalance these norms.
Thank you so much, Julien. I think we've come to a close of the panel. There was a question from Sol. It's in the box. He made a comment. And Sol, if you'd like to leave your question for Julien in the chat box, it'd be great. Sorry, we ran out of time. We'll now move on to the last session of Global Tax Symposium of 2022, which is a panel discussion. And I'd like to invite Irma to chair the session.
Thank you so much, Suranjali. We are going to have the final session. Hopefully everyone can manage without a coffee because we're already 10 minutes late, and we have also Grace Perez Navarro, Cory waiting for us. I haven't seen Reinhard from the European Commission. Oh, good.
I am
here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, thank you so much, because I couldn't find, so it's great. So we have this final panel where we are going to focus on the new frontiers of international taxation. So what is beyond BEPS? And for this, we have 4 speakers, and I will give in order of presentation. So first will be Grace Perez Navarro. Thank you so much for being here, Director of OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration. And then after we have Cory Hillier, who is also Senior Counsel, Tax Law, International Monetary Fund. Thank you so much for being here. And Reinhard Bibel, and he's Head of Unit, Direct Tax Policy and Cooperation. Unfortunately, Rita de la Feria had some flight issues, so she's in between delays and in a flight, so she cannot join us. But I have asked Suranjali to also contribute to this panel, especially, G20 Indian presidency, but at the same time, to give a nice balance, and she asked the questions to the panel, so she knows a lot about the topics. So let me ask first to Grace, and this is a very general question where you can also focus on the topics that you think that are important. We discussed it before the paper on dispute resolution. We discussed it about the BEPS and the governance and the role of the UN Tax Convention. So we leave it there for a while. Of course, in the discussion, maybe in the chat, we will still be triggering certain things, but we will want to focus on one of the things that we see is that there is a lot of things happening, and because of COVID, but also the cross-border mobility of workers, there are also challenges in income tax, as well as climate change and so forth. So we wanted to ask this question to you first, Grace. What issues beyond BEPS, and what is the role of the OECD in this case? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Irma, and thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I was just listening to the end of the last panel. It looked like an interesting one, so sorry I missed the whole panel. But anyway, what is there beyond BEPS? Well, there's an awful lot, and you already mentioned a few of the key things. The first thing I want to start on is the whole issue of transparency. This is not a new issue, but it's a really important one. And even though we've done an awful lot in this space, there's still more to be done. In terms of what we've done, we've seen through our exchange of information that more than 114 billion euros of additional revenue has been identified thanks to the voluntary disclosure programs, offshore investigations, all of these things that were carried out in anticipation of automatic exchange coming into place. And we've seen 30 billion euros being identified by developing countries. So this is something that is very important and helping countries around the world. We've also seen through the exchange on request that a lot of people thought wasn't really that important, that automatic was the key to everything. But even through that, we've seen that over 11.7 billion in tax revenues have been identified through the global forum process. Another interesting thing is that over 40 jurisdictions have now agreed to use their tax treaties to use tax information for other purposes, such as fighting money laundering, corruption, and bribery. This, I think, is something that is really important because criminals do not work in silos. They don't just say, oh, let me just commit a tax crime today and tomorrow I'll do money laundering. It's all combined, it's all together. And so it's important for countries to be able to share information to tackle these very challenging crimes, which usually end up being cross-border. The other thing that is important to note is that through all of this work in the Global Forum, we've now seen the list of jurisdictions that haven't achieved the tax transparency standards reduced down to 4, which means that all international financial centers are now complying, et cetera. And we have 146 jurisdictions in the Multilateral Convention. So all of that is good. The automatic exchange has really moved ahead with 120 jurisdictions having committed to automatic exchange, and now 98% of those have already delivered. All of this has resulted in a drop of 20 to 25% of bank deposits in offshore financial centers. And so it's all really great, but there's still more to be done. We need, as I said, to use the information to combat other serious crimes. And so this effort to share information beyond is important. It's not just enough to identify the money that has been shifted elsewhere. Countries also need to collect these revenues. And so we need to do more to support cross-border asset recovery. That's really important. Another one of the issues that is very important is beneficial ownership. We have standards, the FATF has standards, but not all countries have met those standards. So it's important to move ahead on that. And then we need to think about what other areas, what other types of information should be exchanged, like information on real estate. That is something that is important because we all know that real estate is used for money laundering purposes, et cetera. And then, of course, we have the crypto assets, which can also now undermine the tax transparency that we have achieved. And you will have seen that we very recently issued the CARF, the Crypto Asset Reporting Framework, to ensure that the use of crypto assets does not undermine the great tax transparency that we have already achieved. And so with this reporting framework, we will be able to address this issue, the fact that these assets, which can be transferred and held without interacting with traditional financial intermediaries and without any central administrator, that they don't have full visibility on the transactions carried out or their location. So we need to ensure that we have a system in place that will call for this type of transparency. And so we have this standard out there. We will be developing an implementation package. This was developed at the request of the G20, and we hope to get the implementation of that moving forward soon. So that is another element of transparency that is really important. The other thing that I would say that is important is we need to put more focus on administrative cooperation in VAT. You know that VAT makes up more than 20% of the tax revenues of OECD countries. And then in places like Africa, it's almost 30%. And so it is important to focus on VAT issues as well. In terms of VAT, you know that the OECD has set standards for VAT collection on online supplies of services and digital products like apps and gaming and streaming. And our standard requires that the sales and online platforms register in the jurisdictions where their customers are through an online portal, and then to remit the VAT on their sales to these customers through that portal. Now, around 80 countries have already done this, and the results have been very positive. I'll mention those in a second. And these results have often beat the estimates that were made by the budget people in these countries. And we're seeing many more countries, especially developing countries, moving ahead with these types of changes to their VAT. The other important change that we made to the VAT standards is collection on e-commerce sales of low-value imported goods. This was important because what we did was move the VAT collection away from the customs authorities to the online marketplaces, which collect the VAT at the point of sale, and then they remit it directly to the tax authorities in the customer's jurisdiction, again, via an online portal. So this is very important. The feedback we've had from both businesses and tax administrations is that using this system has greatly reduced costs of compliance and administration, and we're now rolling out toolkits for different regions with our regional partners, of course, to facilitate the implementation of these standards for online goods and services. And we've seen, just to give a couple of examples, Australia collected $1.3 billion of revenues in the first 4 years of implementation. Costa Rica collected 21.5 million in the first 8 months. Chile collected $337 million in the first 16 months. So you could see that this has had substantial impact. So this is an area where I think more effort needs to be done, because VAT is such an important source of revenue for all countries that have VAT. Now, some of the other issues that I think are important are one that you mentioned, and that is the global mobility of workers. This is an issue that cuts across a lot of different areas. We have seen that digitalization has led to significant changes in labor markets with teleworking, new types of jobs, including via platforms, the gig economy, influencers, bloggers, I mean, all kinds of changes. And we saw all of this activity increase because of the pandemic. And what we know now is that this trend is expected to continue post-pandemic. In a survey of managers, 40% of them said that they expect to see teleworking increase substantially. 70% of workers expect to be teleworking substantially. And I know that from my own staff. There are far fewer people in the office than we used to have pre-pandemic. So there's a lot going on in this space. We're seeing tax incentives to attract so-called digital nomads. And of course, we have to think about this. It's not just about workers, but also we are seeing incentives for high net worth individuals to relocate, for pensioners, and for independent contractors. So a lot of different things going on in this space. We are seeing, and we've seen some studies, and it's a shame Rita isn't here to talk about her study on the increase in personal tax competition, but we are seeing that that is a trend. There are many different types of cross-border workers, so it's not just one type of occasional teleworker. And so that is something to keep in mind. You have those who occasionally work in another country. You have those who live in one country and always work in another country. You have self-employed workers who can work in multiple countries. And so there are all different scenarios that the tax system will need to take account of. And of course, we know that so many of our tax principles are grounded in the idea of physical presence of workers. For example, the corporate income tax, you have your nexus P creation, company residence, all of these things are related to physical presence. We have in the corporate income tax, the transfer pricing rules that also are linked to physical presence. And then also the personal income tax with tax residence, taxing rights over employment income. Social Security is a big issue here as well. It's not directly a tax issue, but still a very important issue in this space. And also the question of benefits. You know, if you're paying in one place and then you're getting benefits in another, you know, there's a mismatch. And what do policymakers do about that? And then there is the all-important issue of tax administration. How are tax administrations going to cope with these people who are moving around? How will they get the information, get the appropriate reporting? And then again, returning to VAT, there may also be issues of VAT, the supply of services by an employer. Will this trigger VAT compliance obligations and consequences? So a lot of issues in that space. A lot of work to be done in this area, and we're hoping to move into this area. But I think it's a really important consideration for tax policymakers, because there are economic, social, and environmental impacts, as you mentioned, and as Rita has discussed in her work. There is the issue of personal income tax competition that will surely intensify. And then there's also, what is the impact on the structure of social welfare and protection systems? So all of these are really important issues that I think we need to address in terms of the global mobility of workers. Let me just say a few words about tax certainty, because I think that is also something that is really important, and that is linked to some extent with the issue of tax morale, because fundamentally, no matter what we do in BEPS or what we do in terms of increasing reporting requirements for individuals or companies, at a certain point, what you want is to change behavior. And how do you get to change behavior? And certainly in the corporate context, what we have heard is that by increasing tax certainty, that is a way to try to ensure that you have better tax morale, or what I consider in the corporate context is responsible business conduct in the tax area. And so that I think is really important. The previous panel, as I heard, was talking about the increasing role of ESG, and G stands for governance. And we're seeing a lot of institutional investors looking at the behavior of the companies in which they invest, including their tax behavior. So this is a really important issue. So what do tax administrations have to try to do is to increase the possibilities for tax certainty for those companies that do want to comply. We have done a number of different things to try and improve that. We have the International Compliance Assurance Program, which has grown from 8 tax administrations in 2018 to 22. This is a multilateral tax administration risk assessment process that helps give multinationals certainty. The company that is engaged in that process gets the certainty from the various tax administrations involved, and they also get to see how they're all looking at the risks. Do all tax administrations see the risk in the same way? We've also done a lot more on APAs, bilateral APAs. We issued a handbook on that. We're now working on a manual on multilateral APAs and multilateral mutual agreement procedures, because increasingly disputes are not just bilateral. So we think that's a really important issue. And then let me just end maybe by talking a little bit about tax and climate change, which is an area that we have done a lot of work on. You may know that we are launching very soon. I see I have to stop talking soon because my battery is running low, but we're launching the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, the idea being to look at both pricing and non-pricing measures to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The idea is to bring together countries, do a mapping of the pricing and non-pricing measures, and analyze those in terms of effectiveness. But let me stop here so maybe others can chime in, and I'll go get my power cord.
Thank you so much, Grace. I think that I just go first to Cory and then to Reinhard and then to Suranjali and then Eduardo. I see your hand being raised. So Cory, from the IMF perspective, what issues beyond BEPS? And I think that some of the issues will be related to what Grace just mentioned, but we want to also hear your perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Irma. And Grace is certainly a hard act to follow, and she did cover a broad range of issues, and so we're aligned on many of them. As a lawyer, and sometimes with a different perspective, I'll try and focus on some other issues, but of course there is overlap with exactly what Grace said, and so I'll try and also complement what she said with our perspective. So I guess the first premise is that the question is important. So issues beyond BEPS, and sometimes we can get focused on BEPS and lose sight of some of the bigger ticket items. And so there is a history at the fund of through technical assistance identifying particular issues beyond BEPS and then bringing them to the standard setters' attention, so the UN and OECD, in order to essentially implement or improve the standard and have the issue reflected in the evolution of the standard over time. And so offshore indirect transfers, for instance, is a good example of that, where the issue was raised in technical assistance, brought to the attention of the standard setter. There was a platform for collaboration on Tax Toolkit, which helped countries with the implementation to support taxing rights should they make the policy decision to tax offshore indirect transfers. So I think the first kind of response is that issues beyond BEPS we shouldn't lose sight of. The second, again, with my kind of tax law design hat on, as well as working closely with my economist colleagues at the fund, I think we see a general shift and maybe big picture observation about what's happening with the legal design and structure of the corporate income tax. And so what do I mean by that? I think we're increasingly seeing distinctions between normal returns and excess profits or economic rents. And you could have seen that, you know, in the 2017 US tax reform, but also in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So there's under Pillar 1, there's a 10% return on sales, which is approximating a routine return. Of course, that threshold is quite high compared to what economists would consider as an ordinary return. And in Pillar 2, again, you see this substance-based income inclusion, again, to exclude some type of normal return to get at what is a measure of excess profits. So we're seeing these distinctions increasingly creep up, and the current trend, particularly with excess profits taxes or windfall taxes, is another example of that. And so instead of those particular instruments being part of the structural evolution of the CIT, we're seeing now some more ad hoc instruments that are ring-fenced in the sense they might be focused on the energy sector, they might be temporary. Sometimes the windfall taxes are implemented ex post, so they're based on past profits rather than future profits. So to some extent, these windfall taxes aren't as effectively designed as if you thought about more comprehensively the structure of the CIT and brought some of these concepts as part of its permanent feature. So I would say that's the other observation beyond BEPS, that we're seeing this evolution in the design and structure of the CIT. On PIT issues, which Grace comprehensively covered, and so I won't speak too much to them, but of course we always knew that capital was mobile, and so as Grace indicated, the OECD has done excellent work about exchange of information to improve detection, collection and enforcement on a personal income tax front, particularly on mobile income. But one thing we always thought was relatively stable or immovable or immobile was labor. And so what we've seen in the pandemic is a shift in that regard. And as Grace said, we've seen things like digital nomad visas, and in the Fiscal Monitor, we did a survey, and post-pandemic, we've seen the number of countries increase in terms of offering digital nomad visas from 16 to 40. So you can see a definite trend there. And certainly at the fund, we look quite regularly at countries' policy proposals on things like e-residency programs. Again, you can see a trend towards labor mobility and what's that doing to the global PIT tax base. And again, I'll mention there's very little studies on the revenue impact of this, but if you look again at the Fiscal Monitor in 2022 of this year, we put some rough estimate to it, and we think that there's approximately an annual relocation of the PIT tax base globally of around $40 billion, and that represents about 1.25% of the total PIT tax base. So you can see this is a issue that is likely to creep up going forward, and particularly tax competition in the PIT space. The last, I'm not going to talk about climate. Grace covered that perfectly well. Ian was on a panel yesterday, I believe, and so the fund has done much work on climate issues. It has a proposal about an international carbon price floor. We have a paper out which I co-wrote on the role of carbon border adjustments, and so there are some thorny legal issues attached with that, but I think we find that that's a second-based alternative to some type of comprehensive carbon pricing, and some way of internationally cooperating that price is the best way forward. The last issue I just want to touch on again is crypto. And so again, from a tax certainty perspective, and also tax policy, tax law design perspective, there needs to be more work on that front. I mean, maybe given recent global events, there's a number of losses that the tax system now needs to kind of try and cope with. But as a general principle, in order to fulfill the potential for crypto assets to be some type of alternative means of payment or store of value, then we need certainty and predictability in the tax rules. And so there is an effort to get some type of greater consistency over the legal and regulatory framework, so the non-tax framework, and with the hope that that might be a springboard to get some more consistency on the tax front. So this is another issue beyond BEPS that we see moving forward. So I'll leave it there, Irma.
Thank you so much, Cory. And let me go to the European Commission. It seems like we are really going, this is the right order, I think, because I know that the European Commission, they have the tax mix for 2050. And perhaps you also would like to speak about the cross-border mobility of workers, as well as a little of the cryptocurrency. But so for you and for the European Commission, what issues should be addressed? Please go ahead, Reinhard.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the invitation here to participate in this very interesting conference. It's to some extent reassuring that we all have more or less very similar or almost the same topics on our list here. When we look into the future, I would almost say it's concerning, because there may be a risk we have missed out on something. But I think it's pretty clear what the future trends will be, at least in the short and mid-term. I will touch upon a few things that have been mentioned, but I will bring in a bit of the European perspective here. I think we are, on the one hand, we are the good pupils in the class. When it comes to transposing OECD recommendations as the EU, we try to lead our member states in terms of implementing those agreements. And if you look at the area of transparency and information exchange, we basically transpose the standards agreed at OECD level via hard law, via EU directives. That can be sometimes quite painful in terms of procedure, but in the end, it's quite effective. So I will start to touch upon the transparency framework, which I fully agree with my pre-speakers, that this is core to enable tax administrations to do their jobs properly. So we have quite a comprehensive framework already in place. We call it in the EU, we call it the DAC, Directive on Administrative Cooperation, which includes all kinds of things like automatic exchanges, exchanges on request, and also spontaneous exchanges, but also issues like administrative cooperation, joint audits, simultaneous audits, and these type of things. A few words in that respect. Of course, we agree that more could or should be exchanged depending on the developments, on the trends. The latest baby, if I may say so, is indeed a proposal to implement the CARF, the OECD CARF standard. We call it DAC 8. We are working hard, and I have to continue right after this meeting to get this adopted at EU level if nothing goes wrong next week, which will help the member states to start negotiations early 2023. So also in that respect, we are quite a first mover in taking on board international standards. Issues like the use of the information regarding all the information that is being exchanged, the quality of the information, using artificial intelligence in order to get the best value out of this information, and as mentioned, also to use it for other purposes are on our agenda as well, and will to some extent even be part of the proposal for next week, where we not only propose the implementation of the CARF, but also improvements to the existing systems. One additional point, which is more of a risk than a chance here, and we all need to think hard about it and work together, is the data protection element here. It is, we would see it almost like a Damocles sword if we don't do our job properly, because there is here and there a risk that we may not comply with existing standards if we don't do it right, which can pose quite a risk and may, against all our intentions and wishes, put in the worst case a hold on international exchanges. I'm just flagging this because it is an important thing in order to ensure that we can continue this route, and this very important route, because exchange of information is indeed an issue of public interest, and we should make sure that we can continue to do that within the EU, but also with our international partners. So we are working on this. DAC is a success story, and we are working closely also with the OECD to further develop those systems. More on the substantial tax part, CIT, PIT has been mentioned. We are full supporter of the OECD reforms, Pillar 1, Pillar 2. You're fully aware that we have an EU directive on the table that should endorse in the EU Pillar 2 the minimum global tax rate. We are doing our best to get this adopted. If you follow closely, you know that we have invested a lot, and we are very close to an approval, but there's a last hurdle. And if we are lucky, we can still pass this before the end of the year. If not, we will see how to move on there. We are also following closely on the Pillar 1 work, which we also believe is an important element in international global taxation. We hope that the international partners will also do their job to make this happening. We stand ready to help the international agreement being implemented once it is ready and finalized. In parallel, of course, we are also looking at the internal market, and since quite some time we are thinking about a new system. We called it in the past CCCTB, Corporate Consolidated Tax Base, and there we think we get even more inspiration from the discussions on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, so that a model like an EU tax regime that would build on a common base, and that would then, instead of relying overly on transfer pricing, would build on a formulaic approach, as we also see some developments in Pillar 1, is something we are working on. And in terms of timeline, we'll propose in the second half of next year. We think that would bring about still a lot of possibilities of simplification, making life easier for international groups in the EU, and also help tax administrations in the end. So that's an important development. But we are also aware of developments in the PIT sector. I must admit, we, as the Commission, we have more focused in the recent past on the multinationals, on the big companies, rather than on individual taxpayers. But we fully endorse the comments made and the trends identified a few minutes ago, that there will be more and more competition in terms of recruiting talents, the race for talents. We hear it more and more from the business side that the labor market is changing, has already changed, and business needs more tools and a better framework to be able to attract people. And cross-border working, teleworking are trends that have an impact on that. So this is very high on our agenda, and I would not be surprised if in the next term, at the latest of the Commission, we will focus more and more on these aspects, how to address the problems created by cross-border working, how to reduce the burden on the side of the business, but also on the side of the taxpayers and tax administrations. It's not an easy issue because, as you know, we as a policymaker at EU level, we don't have the full competences to harmonize things, but I think the case for EU member states to think about a coordinated action is getting stronger, and we know very well that Rita, who unfortunately cannot be here, has done some very interesting work on this. We are clearly looking at this, and we are pretty sure that work needs to be done on that. Now, Irma, you mentioned the Tax Symposium that we as a Commission organized. It was actually on Monday this week. It's the first event of this kind. It's called Tax Mix 2050. You may say, okay, 2050 is far ahead. We're only in 2022, almost 23. But if you think about it, it's not so far ahead. We need to really look into the trends, and there were a couple of major trends mentioned and presented there, not at all new to us and you: globalization, digitalization, demographic changes, and also the climate change. All this will have an impact on tax revenues of states. And therefore, the focus on the tax mix is something that is important and we have to react to. No surprise, we have also on our list, as mentioned, labor taxation, which is a big piece of the cake, even bigger than CIT. So we have to look at that. Grace mentioned the VAT issue. We are looking at the VAT gap at European level of around 90 billion euros per year. Now, if we could close that gap, we would have a dramatic increase in tax revenues. Of course, not an easy issue, but maybe we need to look at that more closely. And therefore, we have a second package, just to inform you, on the table for next week as the Commission, which is called VAT in the Digital Age. That's also linked to the global trend of digitalization, where we look at different types of administrative cooperation, different forms of improving the VAT system, like e-invoicing, etc., etc. So we are also here following the trend very much. And last but not least, the issue of environmental taxation, behavioral changes needed in order to reach our climate changes. And you all know that the Commission has made the green transition one of its main priorities. We have already issued some tools like the Energy Tax Directive in a revised form, which is under discussion, and also the CBAM carbon border adjustment mechanism. You all are aware of it. It has been intensively discussed here at our legislative level, and if everything goes fine, there may be still a major progress before the end of this year. So some things we have not mentioned, or I have not mentioned: windfall taxes. We have done something in the energy area in September. It's not a tax, we call it a solidarity contribution for the fossil fuel sector. Because it's a completely different legal base than we usually use. And that has been adopted within 4 weeks. So it shows that there is a need also to raise the funds that are needed to finance the transition that we are all committed to put in place. And member states have to apply this as from next year. It's a limited measure for maximum 2 years. We are just at the moment talking to member states to see that the adoption goes smoothly. There's not much time left, and that sufficient level of funds is raised that could contribute also to be channeled back to the vulnerable households that are suffering from the high energy prices. So I've got the name to be a new Robin Hood, because these taxes have been called in some areas Robin Hood taxes. It's a bit like a redistribution, one can say, from those who have benefited largely from the peak of energy prices without having adjusted their business models, and to make sure that these extra profits are somehow channeled back to those that are suffering. So there are various things we need to keep in mind for the near and not so near future. I think we all are aware of the mega trends, the big trends. And by the way, this Tax Symposium that we have set up and is close to the heart of our Director General, Gerasimus Thomas, is an event that should be repeated once a year. So next year around this time should be a next opportunity to attend, or even better, contribute to this discussion. Everybody will be invited. I leave it here. Thanks a lot, and hand back to Irma.
Thank you so much, Reinhard. And I think I give the word also to Suranjali, because, I mean, you are also representing the G20 Indian presidency, no pressure. But what do you think that could be the challenges also for the beyond BEPS? And then after I will give the word to Eduardo. Please go ahead, Suranjali.
Thank you, Irma. Sorry, my internet is a little patchy. I would say that, you know, the cost of repeating what everyone else has said, I want to sort of focus on 1 or 2 points, which I think have come out of the discussion today, as well as from my work that I pursue on climate change. One is on the architecture, and we've dwelled quite a bit on the international tax architecture. I think over the next few years, there's going to be some thinking, especially within developing countries, on what fits their purpose and where they would like to sort of house their discussions on international tax reforms. So I think that is something to look out for over the next few years. Having said that, we're in the midst of unprecedented levels of temperature rise. If you look at reports every year by the IPCC, they predict more extreme weather events. And interestingly, at COP27 this year, there was more conversation on tax than there was just on climate change. And the interesting thing about that is because finance is scarce. We heard President Biden talk about private finance should step in and pitch in on climate change, but that rarely happens, right? Because climate change is the result of externality, and businesses don't always pay up. So to my mind, there are going to be two significant changes. One is that there are countries that are dependent on fossil fuels today, and they get their tax revenues from fossil fuels. And one of the countries is India, where they get a predominant source of their revenues from excises on fossil fuels. And as we talk about phase down plans of fossil fuels, these revenues will dissipate. And so therefore, it raises a very important question on where will these countries raise their revenue from. If we're talking about incentives to the green sector, then that means that other sectors will have to pay up. So I think this question will come around to haunt countries for some time as we keep pushing for phase down. The second important question is on how to price carbon, and Grace, Corey, and Reinhard have all mentioned this briefly. And OECD is doing some good work on mapping the existing levels of carbon tax. But I would imagine that this tax would have to take into account the common but differentiated responsibility. And Corey says that there is a floor that is being imagined. But yet again, how far can these taxes go? At what rate they must increase is an important question, because it has implications for consumers. And as Reinhard said, that there has to be some redistribution that needs to be thought about. There are countries that have looked at the carbon dividend, for example, as a way to address inequalities. But yet again, countries, including India, have to think about how this carbon dividend is redistributed, and the government will have to go back to its fundamental functions. The third important development, to my mind, is the digitalization of assets. And it's not as if financial markets have not existed, on the internet. We don't transact, but it's the opacity that is possible in certain markets. Now, there are many countries that are now announcing the digital currency. Well, that's not a crypto, and that's different, but it creates space for competition. During the war that we're witnessing right now, there was some uptick in the use of cryptos. I see that the valuation has crashed, which may lead us to be a little circumspect on what impact they could have on the monetary system, or whether they are actually a challenge for the tax system. But I think what needs to be underscored is that they can be used. There are processes where there are exchanges that are non-compliant. They do not furnish information on who owns these assets, where these transactions are taking place. And all the other questions that we raised in the digital tax space are extremely relevant, and in fact, even more important for these digital assets. So I would imagine that, while this progress is slow, we still need to examine it. And I know that OECD's been covering this issue quite extensively. Countries like India have in fact progressed swiftly. They have a capital gains tax on transactions on cryptos. Essentially, it puts it at par with any kind of gambling or betting. So yet again, there's a backlash. Industry thinks that this is excessive. But again, it's a question to be raised and answered on how to treat these currencies and virtual assets. And lastly, I'll also comment, circling back on the carbon tax bit. Corey mentioned about windfall taxes, and India is one country that's known to do its own bit of experiments on taxes. So we had the windfall tax in India. It was extremely helpful because it helped raise excise taxes during a time when there was energy price rise. This is a question not for tax experts, but for tax experts as well, which is that we raise taxes during periods of crisis, such as windfall taxes, and as I'm suggesting in terms of carbon tax. But how does it get used? So I think tax experts also need to begin to think on the earmarking of these taxes and the utilization simultaneously. So Irma, those are my views on the due frontiers of international tax. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suranjali. So I will give the word to Eduardo, and then after I will raise perhaps some comments. If you have any questions, just please raise it in the chat. And I will give perhaps also the word to, again, back to Grace and Cory to react on this, and Reinhard also if you want to add something. So please go ahead, Eduardo.
Irma, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Grace, Cory, Benjamin, and Suranjali. My question relates to transparency and how the system could be more transparent. What I think is that there is a great opportunity to improve transparency. For example, if we use tax arbitration and maps as laboratories for the creation of new regulations. So, for example, what if the OECD is informed about all tax arbitrations or most tax arbitrations and maps that are being conducted on all continents? And as soon as the OECD discovers, some sort of consensus on how to construe the relevant regulations, to transplant that consensus to the commentary of the OECD, to the commentary of the OECD model. So to what extent, in order to make the system more transparent, tax arbitration and maps could be used as laboratories for the creation of new regulations that could be one day transplanted to the commentary, and in this way, the system could be increasingly certain on its meaning. So the role of the OECD could be to be ready to identify, customer international tax law that could be transplanted to the OECD. That would be the idea. I would like to know your reactions to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Just let me, this is a very interesting question, and we also discussed dispute resolution before, and I can imagine. So let me, I first make two comments, and then we give the reactions first to Grace, and then after to Cory, and then Reinhard from the European Commission. Benjamin Angel is not here, it's Reinhard Vivero. And then we give it to Suranjali. Being the chair, and until I don't see any other questions, I think that all the challenges are very interesting and are really needed. And one, let me just focus on four things that could be also perhaps trigger some discussion, especially thinking about the, oh, Grace, you need to leave. Would you like to perhaps comment on this before you leave?
We cannot hear you.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just I understood this session was ending at 2, yes. So I have to go. So that was all, but please continue.
No, please, you can react to this, and then after we discuss with the other topics, please go ahead.
Well, I thought Eduardo's comment was quite interesting, and is in a way something we would like to get more information about what happens in these bilateral discussions and dispute resolutions, because I think you're right that there are learnings there. Whether tax administrations would feel that this is something they could do, given the confidentiality requirements of tax treaties, etc., I don't know. But I think this is also something where we will get learnings from things like the ICAP program, where you have multiple jurisdictions coming together to do a risk assessment. And part of the idea of that is really so that people arrive at a common approach by looking at it from the different perspectives, because this is one of the challenges that businesses face, is that one country will see a transfer pricing issue one way, another will see it a different way, and it becomes very challenging to have certainty. I think through the dispute resolution mechanisms that we are putting in place in Pillar 1, we also should be able to get the kinds of learnings that you are suggesting. So we will certainly think about this and how we might take that information in some anonymized way or something to get that input. I think it would also strengthen the bilateral or multilateral processes if they were reporting outcomes. But I think there are probably a few treaty and confidentiality issues we would have to overcome.
Thank you very much.
Let me, Grace, before you leave, there is another question regarding from Saul Piqueto in the chat where, as Reinhard has pointed out, the work on the 2 pillars make a very important step forward to a new approach to taxing M&Es, starting from consolidated accounts of the group and using a formula apportionment of taxable profits. And Saul is asking whether you have any comments on this. We don't hear you, Grace. Sorry, you're mute.
Sorry, I was saying I'm just catching up on reading the question. Maybe Corey wants to answer first.
Yeah, so more the question is from Saul is about the use of the formula apportionment for taxable profits.
That we are using in the Pillar 1.
Yeah, for the following the discussion of the 2 pillars by Reinhard, how he mentioned, the question was whether there will be using a formula apportionment of taxable profits. If you have any comments on that.
I think we first need to bed down the Pillar 1 to see whether this very fundamental change, albeit on a set of profits, not the whole profits of a company, will be something that will work. There are all the different components that we have, the tax certainty procedures, the allocations, etc. And so I think we first need to see whether this works and whether countries would be willing to undertake such a broad change in corporate taxation. I haven't seen that expressed from any of the countries that we are working with. But we'll see what happens.
And one final question that perhaps is being also raised by Joanna Wheeler is about the income tax, the changes on high digital nomads and the issues raised by highly mobile individuals, and whether this will also bring a revision of the whole individual income tax framework in the same way as Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, or will be some primarily tweaks and adjustment to the current framework for individuals. So this is more work for international organizations.
I think it's a lot of work, yes. And I think it's hard to judge now, and I don't know what Corey or Reinhard would say, but my own experience has been that it is rare that you get a truly revolutionary change of that scope. Change in taxation is, I think, much more evolutionary. And so I wouldn't see a wholesale change in the taxation of individuals. But I do think that the current highly mobile nature of individuals and the changing nature of work, because it is affecting so many issues beyond just taxation, like as I mentioned, Social Security, the provision of benefits, that policymakers are going to have to take a really hard look at this and look at it from a much broader perspective than just loss of revenues.
Thank you so much, Grace. And I'm sorry to take some minutes of your time. We will have some final comments, very short final remarks by Cory, Reinhard, and Suranjali, and then we will conclude the symposium. Cory, please go ahead.
Thanks, Irma, and thanks, Grace. So I might just quickly react to some of the things we've heard. The first one, I guess, Eduardo's question, which I think is a very good one. And in principle, the fund has certainly tried to close feedback loops. And so that was a little bit the anecdote that I used up front about using things like capacity development. But in this case, Eduardo, you're talking about the tax arbitration map process in order to feed into policy review standard setting and then lead to implementation. And then so the cycle begins again. So I think we can do more of that, and you've given a good example of how we can do it, and I think we have also given an example through capacity development work. Sol's question, of course, that is a shift in the system that Pillar 1 represents. We would say that shift is a good shift. It's certainly more robust to profit shifting and tax competition, which was the pressure point in the current system, and so I'll make that brief comment about that. On PIT, of course, there are similar issues. And so the legal framework was drafted when physical people were in physical places, in physical offices. And so this has changed. And so it does raise fundamental questions about the source of income, particularly where that model of being physically in an office where the product is used physically in that jurisdiction has now changed, where we have people scattered all over the world doing things where the work is exploited, very much divorced from the location where it's done. And so these types of legal issues, source issues, policy questions that arose in the CIT space also arises in the PIT space. But of course, Grace is absolutely right that this is a slow burn. And so we just identify a trend at this point with in mind that, you know, it's kind of a medium-term issue, but of course policymakers will have to deal with particular gaps in the meantime.
Thank you so much, Cory. And I give you the final concluding words to Reinhard. Yes, please go ahead. And then Surajali, I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly on what has been raised in the chat. And mentioned by the previous speakers, I fully agree with Grace and Cory in terms of how they reacted to those. On the PIT issue, I don't believe in a Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. As mentioned, I think we will have to work very carefully in smaller steps. But who knows? I mean, I think nobody had expected a Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 approach in the corporate tax world, let's say 15 years ago. So it can, the world can change very quickly. On one word on what Eduardo said in terms of let's say learning from each other, coordinating a similar approach. Of course, I think it would be very good to find more and more agreement on how we approach certain questions and problems. I share the concern raised by Grace that there are data security, confidentiality issues linked to it. And also from a European perspective, we cannot lose sight of the fact that we have an EU legal system with the courts, the European Court of Justice as the only body that can judge and interpret EU law. So we also need to look at that, in particular in terms of dispute resolution. Of course, that all should be done with a view to provide tax certainty for the taxpayers in the end. That's basically my contribution to the additional questions. It's good to see that we are all looking at the same trends, and we should stay in touch very closely on how we are going to tackle them.
Yeah, we say like the tax mix that you're organizing next year, we will also have around this time the Global Tax Symposium. So please, Surajali, for the final comment. Thank you.
Yeah, Emma, just very quickly, you say that, you know, all of the discussion points to the fact that there needs to be individual tax reform. And for that, countries are beginning to process capital gains tax or income tax reforms. So I think that can be done in silos, but maybe there should be just an exchange of knowledge on that. I'll just wrap up by saying that, you know, with BEPS, we've seen the length of issues that have been covered. And that just barely scrapes the surface of income tax, which means that there's so much more work to be done. And I look forward to papers next year that will cover some of the issues that Corey, Grace, and Reinhard have raised very nicely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So thank you everyone I just mentioned in the chat for the ones who can spare 1 minute, we would like to take a picture. And Eduardo is very right of the whole group, but I don't want to take you out of your schedule. So for the ones participants, if they want to put their camera on. Frederick, would you mind to take the picture? Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much on behalf of the whole team. It has been great to spend 2 days with such a diverse and qualified audience. So thank you very much to the participants and to the speakers.
I join Eduardo's words. We are very grateful for your participation. Next year will be held in Australia.
Yeah.
Frederick, let us know when we can be ready for the picture.
I've already taken some, but I see more people join, so I don't know, whenever.
Great. Take more than one.
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful.
All right, the last one. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day, evening, morning, afternoon, and we will see each other in 1 year. Thank you to Suranjali for hosting us. It has been a pleasure for us as the co-organizers, and we will see each other in 1 year, and we will keep in touch. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.